Dragons taking on the World Sports Betting Western Province. My name is Brady Barnes and it's my pleasure to bring you this game along with my good friend Conrad Desard. Welcome on board here, Conrad.
Thank you, Brady. Good evening and thank you for having me. Yeah, it's such a beautiful evening in Potchefstroom. Looks like a lot of students coming in, probably shying away from their academic studies with the exams around the corner, but who wouldn't? Because if their cricket is good and there's probably something light to drink, there'll always be something to look forward in such a beautiful evening in Potchefstroom.
Yeah, really beautiful out here today, and it looks like it's probably going to be quite a good crowd tonight. And with that crowd is obviously going to bring good cricket, hopefully, with these two quality outfits here tonight. As we see the big name, the pro, and I would say a big name here in Potchefstroom, Marco Jansen, opening up here from the top end. What do you think about him, mate, Conrad?
Yeah, it's actually a full circle with him coming back to Potchefstroom where he went to school. Him and his brother Duan being reunited for the Northwest Dragons tonight here. And also, it's a homecoming for Janeman Milan that plays his first home game after he completed his studies here a few years ago. Also reunited with his opening partner back then for the university, Vian Libber. So it's good to see those two big names back for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, most definitely. And Marco will be running in here to Eddie Moore and David Bedingham, which David Bedingham is obviously coming off a good knock with SAA, where you were involved with as well. He's also a quality batter. Eh?
He's a superb player. Bedingham, I mean, if you look at the stats that he had this past season in the county cricket, it's a stellar season that he had, and yeah, we can look forward to a very good game here. Two evenly balanced teams. Western Province sitting with quality names in their side, and let's hope that it's a good game for everyone.
As you see the first ball, which has been clipped off to fine leg to Klutter on the boundary with a good arm there. Great arm there from the boundary at fine leg. Yeah, like you're saying, I think it's obviously going to be a really good game, and I'm really looking forward to this game. Obviously, Western Province coming off well, they were meant to play their first game and unfortunately got rained out. Northwest Dragons are coming off we would say a good win. We'll talk about a win that showed obviously character and resilience and good fight, I think, in that period at the back end there, which I don't think we should be speaking too much about, but they obviously under match circumstances they've done really well and they've got off to a good start.
Yeah, it was a surprise win in the end for the Dragons there against the Knights in Bloemfontein. As you said, very good character showed with Marco Jansen running again outside off stump and fielded by his brother Duan. If you look at the wicket, Brady, it looks like a proper middle wicket again here at JB Marks Oval.
It'll be interesting I know obviously we had a conversation off air with regard to why they opted to bowl first. Yeah, can you just give us a little, because you obviously had a chat with Neil as well, the assistant coach.
Yeah, I spoke to Neil this morning, Neil Levingston in the gymnasium across the road here, and he mentioned that they trained on Wednesday evening under the lights, and there was quite an amount of dew, which is not normal for Potchefstroom this time of year, but with a cold in the air, because it was really cold this past week in Potchefstroom as it was around the country. They felt that bowling first, the wicket's still a touch slow because it's a brand new wicket, fresh wicket, that the ball this evening will just come on a touch better with the dew that's on the outfield.
As you see Marco Jansen, there was a little bit of a shout there. Oh, and he's been clipped off, and that's a beautiful shot through mid-wicket for 4. But David Bedingham to obviously get off he's scoring beautiful shot off his legs there, Conrad.
Yes, I mean, you can just look at the balance that David Bedingham has in the crease. Head's not going anywhere. Keep it up to the ball, in line of the ball. He's probably coming off a proper knock here in Potchefstroom about a month ago against Sri Lanka A, where he scored career best 180 odd. So he's kind of used to this wicket, likes the look of JB Marks Oval.
Chance. Great catch by his brother. Unbelievable catch from mid-off by his brother, Duan Jansen, by the looks of it. That's a big wicket for Northwest Dragons.
Big stick by Marco Jansen, caught by his brother Duan. The start that the Northwest Dragons were looking for. Score now 5 for 1 after 5 balls.
As we see the replay here, there's not much swing along, but pitches it up, and that's a brilliant catch by him. And we speak about these catches and moments in the games, and these are the small moments that you obviously strive for as a team collectively.
Oh, for sure. It just looks like David Bedingham kind of just forced that length a little bit, didn't get under it enough, and hit it straight to Duan Jansen, making a superb catch, and that sets the tone for the fielding side of the game.
As we see Valentine Katima coming in. Good tone. Good tone. You always speak about starting well with the ball. As we see Valentine's numbers coming up on the board there, 17 matches, 130 runs with the average of 10. Yes, he obviously would like to improve with that average, but in saying that as well, he's still young and an exciting cricketer.
Yeah, Valentine Kimite, SA under 19, former SA under 19 cricketer. Had a stint this year with the SA emerging team as well, where he went to Zimbabwe. A lot to look forward to in this kid. Proper player, good structures, tends to hit the ball touch square of the wicket, so I think the Dragons is aware of that, and they probably set their field and their lens for it, bringing in a gully at this stage for him just because of that.
Yeah, this is good. I think they probably know that he likes hitting the ball square, so they've obviously got 2 catches behind with a second and a gully. Be interesting this first ball as Marco runs in here. Should be a short ball, yeah. Oh, inside edge, and it just misses off stump and it trickles away for 4.
That's a great start from Marco Jansen in that over, even though it went for 9, picking up the big wicket of David Bedingham. But still, he set the tone there, as a Protea should do for his team.
You know, we speak, obviously we've mentioned now quite a bit about us setting the tone and teams setting the tone. How important is it in T20 cricket to set the tone with the new ball?
I think if you can just execute your plans very well, Brady, probably looking at hitting very hard lengths to the batter, setting that tone for what area should be hit, and also just being backed up by very good fielding and a team, a fielding side that's behind the bowler. Then everybody wants to get after the power play as much as possible and utilize that, take full advantage of it. But it can also backfire on you a little bit if you don't pick your shots, still hit the bad ball that just comes, or forcing the situation. But it's still a good start this from both teams. Even though there's a wicket down, it's still very evenly balanced after the first over.
Yeah, as we see, speak about the power play, you see Cohen Mangru coming into the attack here. He had a really good game the first game in against the Knights. It'll be interesting to see what he's going to try and do here as he trots in. Shape. Oh, chance.
Just short.
Looks like a drop on short there, but good chance.
Not sure whether that carried, Brady.
Yeah, I think
but still hitting very good length there. First ball by Kerwin Mangru with his very repeatable action. Swung it a little bit. Still difficult to see. Very nice in swing that he got there from that delivery.
Yeah, I think he's the type of bowler that will obviously get away shape from the right hander and shape backs into the left hander, and probably at the death he'll just try and bowl wide, either length with a slow ball or you'll bowl Yorkers in the death end. Very, very simple bowler, accurate bowler, not really express, as we see him running into Valentine Katima, and he just knocks it into square leg for 1.
Yeah, Kerwin has got a very repeatable action. I mean, he's been doing it for many years. We started off at the Tuskers, went about around the country, and now ending up at the latter part of his career at the Dragons, being a stalwart for this team in the 2 or 3 seasons that he's been here. Yeah, I still like the look of him, even though he's not generating a lot of pace, but he's still very consistent, hitting his areas, and someone that you got to look after.
As you see him running into Eddie Moore here. Shape, chance. Oh, good field in there by extra cover by Yanaman Malan, which definitely stops the boundary there. And unfortunately, there was no backing up there, and they've trundled through for a second one there. Going back to Eddie Moore here, he had an unbelievable season, couple years at the Warriors, and then unfortunately, I don't know what happened there. Maybe fell out of favor with the Warriors and made the move. Chance, good fielding there by Lesiba Ngweke at extra cover. Like I was saying, obviously fell out of favor at the Warriors and then made his move to Cape Town, and he actually had a really good season last year.
Brady, class player. I mean, he's been doing it for many seasons. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he went to Western Province on a limited deal, and then he just started getting the runs like Eddie Moore does, scoring big hundreds, being a stalwart in their setup. Class player.
Very interesting here. They've taken out Sipio, with Cohen getting a little bit of shape as well. Oh, that could be out.
That's such a good delivery with a away swing that he's getting. Valentine looking to play it very square the wicket. Dangerous if the ball swing as he does now.
As we see here. See a little bit of shape as well on this cricket ball.
Oh, my word, there's not much wrong with that. Probably could have been a little bit of the inside edge. Probably that's what the umpire saw. But still a very good delivery by Kerwin.
Beautiful. This is a really, really good start here by Auto Investment Dragons. As you see the end of the second. Western Province 14 for 1 after 2. Steady start, we would say. I think probably Auto Investment Dragons probably on top because of the wicket. They'll probably try and strive for another wicket in this power play. You know, we always speak about wickets in the power play, and they'll probably try and strive for another 2 or 3 wickets in the power play.
Yeah, I see Marco is going to take another over with a new ball. It's probably the good pace that he's generating as well. I think the main reason Vian Libber is keeping on is just for that reason, picking up another stick here. And another wicket ball mean a lot of pressure on the Western Province in this power play. Depending on how you want to play the power play, we know that strike rates are very important in the modern game. But also sometimes you just got to look after the power play a little bit, not lose too many wickets, and give your middle order batters some foundation to play from.
Oh, there's a little bit of a hesitation there from Eddie Moore and Katima there, where the ball obviously got dropped down to short third man. Interesting field with that Marcus had here to the left-hander, with short third man up with a deep point, I beg your pardon, and a fine leg out.
Yeah, I think the reason with the fine leg and the deep square out could possibly be that they feel that the wicket it's a decent wicket, and they're looking to exploit the short ball, and maybe still on the touch on the slow side, where a short ball can just set you up being hit either straight down to deep square or fine leg.
We see Marco coming into Vansam Katima as he pretty much straight. And I think the order of the day, I don't think they're probably going to try and see Marco probably off in this power play and probably attack the other guys, probably look to attack the other guys. But in saying that, I still feel you still got to be attacking and you still got to be positive, because if you have that negative mindset, you might not put the bad ball away.
Precisely. You still got to have that mindset of putting the bad ball away, as you say, Brady, and also look to rotate the strike a touch better. Even though Marco and Kerwin are both hitting very good lengths here to both batters, your tendencies is to sometimes, if you just knock it about and not get singles, you set yourself up just for that bad shot under pressure.
Yeah, beautifully bowled there by Marco as he bowled it quite short there, but a good bouncer. He's not slow,
is definitely not slow. I think if you ask anyone around the world what pace that is, I mean 135 plus going on to 140s, getting that bounce from that height, yeah, it's definitely not slow, Brady. It's not the pace that you were bowling.
Yeah, it's be interesting to see this follow-up ball. Yeah, be chance just over extra cover, and it looks like it's gonna. Oh, brilliant fielding on the boundary there as they cut out the boundary. Beautiful by Duan Janssen. He's backing up his brother there. Eh?
Definitely. Yes, I think the two of them stay together. So if that doesn't happen, there can be some animosity in the house a little. So that's the type of fielding efforts that you want to see from your teammates. You know, one run can always make a difference, like it did this weekend against the Knights.
How important is it in T20 cricket, or it's just in white ball cricket in general? How important is fielding there?
It's, I mean, if you look back at the South African teams over the years, we always have been good fielding teams. I think over the last few seasons we saw many drop catches in our domestic cricket, and that's something that I think the coaching staffs around the country were made aware of, and teams work hard on it.
Oh, inside edge.
Looks like Eddie Moore's just backing away a little from his initial position at the stumps, maybe trying to make some room for himself to exploit over extra cover, maybe over mid-off area.
Yeah, good observation. It also looked like he was trying to make width and room for himself, also to Cohen as well, to try and pierce the onside there. I think it's very dangerous to try and do that against a bowler of Marco Jansen's quality.
Marco Jansen coming in from the city end.
Shot, brilliant shot, great shot. That's a beautiful shot.
That could be the reason, Brady? Yeah. He made that room for himself again, and he freed his arms, hitting it through extra cover area for 4. And the score after 3 overs still going at 6s, 18 for 1.
Not forgetting our Protea men's will be taking on the current ICC T20 Men's World Championship champions India in November for a thrilling 4-match T20 international match. Visit www.cricket.co.za for your tickets. #Wozanawe, #be part of it. Good start here by obviously the World Sports Betting Western Province lost the early wicket, but they've consolidated really well as we see Mangru coming into Valentine Katima. And good big shout by Cohen Mangru once again. I think that was probably sliding down leg.
That just looked like it was sliding a little, Brady. But again, the areas and the line that Kerwin is hitting here, it just shows you how consistent he is. And I mean, that makes him a very dangerous new ball bowler for the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, as we see the replay there, missing leg stump. But like you're saying, Cohen is just not express, but he really hits an area. He's really consistent as we see him trotting in here to Valentine Katima into leg stump.
As we always say, Brady, he's the type of bowler that tests your defences. And if you're going to make a mistake or if you're going to miss, the chances of you getting out either bowled or LBWs, it's always there. So if you're not going to hit him with a full face of the blade down the ground, and that's an area that we haven't seen tonight actually, Province trying to exploit here is down the ground at this stage. A lot of the shots that they try to play, especially Valentine Kitami, is square of the wicket.
Chance. And he just gets in there. So those are the things in cricket. We see Valentine Kitami 8 of 9 by the looks of it. Yes, he has dotted up. And in T20 cricket, when you do dot up, it creates something. And that's, for example, now we've just seen a ball getting knocked down to mid-on, which could have been a run-out chance. And those are the things that obviously you create once you start dotting up. And Cohen has been delivering these dots in these 1.3 overs that he's bowled so far.
Yeah, it's something that Cohen did over the past weekend on Saturday against the Knights as well. We bowled basically 6-7 dots there to one of the middle order batters and basically won the game for the Dragons. So he's well known for dotting a player up. It's just because he's hitting those hard lengths, Brady, and he's asking questions to the batter. Let's see Eddie Moore here, again making room for himself, ball going out to deep point, fielded there by Kamalu, who's in the team tonight for the Northwest Dragons, in the place of Matthew Kleinfeld. The only two changes to the Dragons team tonight is Matthew Kleinfeld being replaced by Kamalu, and then Marco Jansen, who came in for Michael Pretorius, that's been given a rest after his very good season for Somerset, and also being part of the national setup and even the SAA setup against the Sri Lanka 8 touring team.
Close to the glove there with that short ball. Good short ball by Cohen. You don't normally see that from him because, you know, we just spoke about him just running up and hitting a good length, testing your defense. And in order for you to test your defense, you got to bowl that short ball, and it's quite a good short ball, but it was just directed leg side of the batter there.
I don't think the coaching staff would mind that wide, even though, because it's not something that is well known for in 2020 cricket, is to bowl the short bumper. I think it just shows the quality of the wicket that they're playing on. The bounce was very true, and it was still a proper delivery by Kerwin.
This is really good by the Auto Investment Dragons. Yeah, we haven't seen a boundary in quite a long time at this present moment. So they're obviously really doing the good yards here. If you're not conceding boundaries in the power play, I think you're probably winning as a field inside.
Yeah, after let's say three and a half overs, just one ball short of 4 overs, there's only been 3 boundaries hit so far, of which one was the inside edge. So the areas that they are hitting the Dragons are very good. Yeah, and the discipline shown is extremely heartening for the coaching staff.
Yeah, as you see the end of the third. Western Province 26 for 1 after 4. Good start here, I think. Yes, they have lost 1 wicket only, but I think Auto Investment Dragons will be happy with the start that they obviously just had now, especially in the power play. Big 2 overs right now coming up.
Yeah, definitely. I think going at just past 6.5 in the power play, the Dragons have done their job very well here to keep them maybe below 40 in the power play. If you look at past scores over the years at JB Marks in the day, you could be looking at something like 170 if I'm not mistaken, but in the evening, or 150 rather, in the evening, that could be a touch more because of the dew factor. But the Dragons really bowled well there for the first 4 overs. Disciplines on wides very limited, so they can be very happy with the job done.
As you see, bowling changer, Duan Jansen into the attack, replacing his brother Marco Jansen as he runs into Valentine Kutima. Shot as he gives a little bit of width, and Valentine Kutima just helps it over extra cover for 4.
Yeah, it's just a bad loosener there from Duan, just not hitting the right line. I think the length was still decent, but the width given could just give Valentine Kimite the option to free his arms a little, kind of inside out over cover area for 4.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for the Auto Investment Dragons. They had a good start with the 2 opening bowlers. It's going to be very, very important for the follow-up bowlers to carry on where they left off, as we see the slip immediately leaving and going into extra cover with the two guys out now is third man and deep square. It'll be interesting to see what ball comes up now. As he misses out on the leg stump line there.
So Brady, if you look at the team list here, Province has a lot of firepower still to come, with Jonathan Bird not playing today, but Daniel Smith can come in, George Linder, proper hero of the cricket ball, Mpongwana, also part of the national setup, he's still dangerous, Abdullah Boyomi, very good cricketer as well. So there's still a lot of batting to come for this Western Province side.
So in saying that, then they'll probably be happy with the start that they've probably had, even though it's not your traditional sevens or eights or nines or tens in the power play, they're probably happy with the start, knowing that they still got a lot of firepower in their tank there.
Yes, definitely. And I think if you look at the amount of left-handers that can also come in, with the Dragons that has one off-spinner in Vian Libber that can bowl, but they've got Caleb Saleko, who's the leg spinner for the Dragons, who's going to turn the ball into the two left-handers that can still come in. That's a better area hit by Duan Janssen.
Better lines, better lengths. He's obviously just strayed leg side the previous ball. I'd love to see more rotational strike here in the power play, even though their boundary option is not coming very easy for them. But the rotational strike is really important here.
Just coming back to the question that you asked, Brady, about not the traditional power play where you go for sevens or eights and over, but with those batting attacks still in the bank, Province will be fine. They will still back them with wickets in hand.
Yeah, as we see, Valentine Katima got hit in an area that is not very comfortable for most of us.
The unmentionables, the unmentionable area.
It's really painful that, as we see Duan Janssen, and Duan's also not the slowest as well. Oof.
He's getting back to his former glory as well, Duan Janssen. While they're tending to the injury, Brady, I see that there's a few of these players that got picked up recently with the auction on Wednesday for the SA20, with the owners and coaches there probably looking at how these boys will perform. I know that Vian Libber has been sold to the Joburg Super Kings after he was at the Paul Royals, and Ruben Herman has gone to the Paul Royals for the first time. He gets opportunity in the AC20. Of course, Marco Janssen plays for the Eastern Cape Sunrisers, and then many of Western Province players also being involved with different teams around the country. So the SA20 owners and coaches will probably have a keen eye on this competition, where the different or respective players, how they're performing, and get a good mind on how they want to utilize them in the upcoming SA20 starting early January 2025.
Yeah, I think one guy that probably be very disappointed is not getting picked up is Duan Janssen. He probably would have liked to be picked up in that auction, and I'm thinking now this is probably the best opportunity for him to show him what his skill is like. As we see him coming into Valentine Katima, it's a bit of a short ball, and it's been hit down to fine leg, which has been brilliant fielding by Ruben Herman down there, where he covers a lot of ground to cut it down to 2.
Yeah, it's good seeing a keeper with that type of arm as well. Mikhail Prince getting the gloves as he did for the 50 over series against Sri Lanka A, being the keeper for South African A in the absence of Carl Verheyen. Yeah, Ruben Herman making very good yards around the boundary there with a proper throw from the deep end. It looks like a middle wicket there, doesn't it, Brady?
Yeah, it looks like a really good wicket. This, I think, as we see Duan Janssen coming into Katima again, short and wide, and it's been edged and he's been caught.
A super catch by Mikhail Prince, moving well to his right. Valentine again forcing the length a little, nicking off. And the score is 33 for 2 after 5.5.
Yeah, very interesting. This is probably something that they didn't want. They didn't want this to happen. They would have been happy after the power play to probably be 1 down in the power play. But unfortunately, Valentine Katima nicking off to Duan Janssen. A bit of a short and wide. Was it probably there to cut, or probably too close for him to cut?
Yeah, I think it was just a touch too close to the body to cut. Maybe rather try to hit that to deep square sweeper. Just again forcing the length a little. He did struggle a little, Valentine, with the rotation of the strike. But a big wicket for the Dragons inside the power play, bringing Daniel Smith, another left-hander, to the crease.
Yeah, another left-hander to the crease, and Daniel Smith hasn't played much domestically, been in and out of this team. Will be interesting to see how he goes about his business today.
Still a very dangerous player. Interesting that he's coming in at 4 with in this lineup. The coach of the World Sports Betting Western Province does rate him as a cricketer. He's shown his mark around the country, especially in the shorter formats for the Western Province team. And we'll see how he gets along on this wicket, with Kerwin Mangroub going to bowl his third over and probably going to bowl out the power play here for the Northwest Dragons.
As he comes into Eddie Moore. Starting around the wicket to Eddie Moore, and Eddie Moore just short and wide, and he cuts it down to deep point. Interesting field as well, with deep points out and deep square leg out.
Yeah, the ball fielded by Tamsanga Kumalo there on deep square. It looks like he's going to stay out there. So again, Eddie Moore making some room for himself, rather toe ending it to the deep square sweeper boundary there. Daniel Smith going to face his first ball now from Kerwin Mangroub. Will stay around the wicket. Still looks like there's a touch of shape there, Brady.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Interesting they don't have another. I'd love to see another catcher behind you to this new batter. They've obviously controlled the run rate here, as we see Kerwin coming into Daniel Smith around the wicket. He's been just hit down. That's too easy for me, I feel. Especially to a new batter with deep points out. That's just an easy single for them. You don't want that easy single.
Yeah, especially with the left-hander. Both of them, as we know, left-handers tend to be very strong square of the wicket. You can see also that both third man and fine leg are up in the ring, with both the deep square and the point boundary being out. So he's probably showing his hand a little bit here on the lines that he wants to bowl. Probably not going to be too full, or rather too short.
This is really good by Kerwin Mangroub. He's got a few dots in his power play for the Auto Investment Dragons. Like we're saying, even with Eddie Moore, yes, he has faced a few balls here where we see he's 12 off 11. He still hasn't got away. So I think you can still attack with him. And if you add in, you can afford to go for another boundary. But knowing that I can also get a wicket, and then you'll take 40 for 3 and 35 for 2. Do you know what I mean?
Definitely. It's interesting that the deep square boundary is out, because he's just bowled one short delivery in his spell of 2.3 overs so far, only going for 11. That's a super delivery. Again, hard lens, Brady. Again, some shape on the ball. Eddie Moore trying to force it a little bit through the point area. Might as well could have nicked off there.
Yeah, it's like, he's hit hard lengths. He's been consistent as well in his power play overs. Yes, I know it's probably gone now, but I'd love to see, especially both these batters haven't really settled in yet, as we saw from the previous ball as well now.
I mean, Eddie going at 100 strike rate. He did receive many good deliveries from Kerwin after 2.4 overs, going only for 11. I must commend the Dragons bowlers here. The disciplines were really good in this power play so far. Short ball, and has been swatted over
middle for 4. It was a really good shot there, and that's just, the pressure was on. It was always going to happen. Something was always, you just felt that something was going to either happen. It was either going to be a boundary or it was either going to be a wicket. But I still feel they're still in control. They're still in control in this power play.
Yeah, they're still in control, definitely. I won't say that he was in total control of that shot. Still executed well there to get the boundary. But I still think Kerwin, to finish this over, should just go back to what he knows best, and that's hitting that length that's difficult to get away.
Chance. Just dropped short of Kumalo at deep point.
That's a very good power play.
As you see the end of the power play, where World Sports Betting Western Province are 40 for 2 after 6. As you see the camera on the crowd here at JB Marks Oval, really beautiful evening here. The crowd's coming in, the students obviously coming in, and as you see the end of the power play. And speaking about changing, we've got Vian on the mic. Welcome, Vian.
Thank you, Brady, and welcome to all our viewers, those that just joining us now with me. And Brady, it's been a very impressive start here by the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons, and actually the coach's dream to have 4 quick bowlers like the Northwest Dragons have here this evening. Brady, pretty exciting for you?
Yeah, it's really lovely to see, and this bowling attack is quite a special bowling attack. They've done really well previously, in the previous game as well. They complement each other as well. They complement each other with hitting good areas, as well as good pace as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about their business this evening. As you see, Duan Jansen coming in from the city end to Eddie Moore. And it's, Vian, we've seen a lot of dots in the power play. It'll be interesting now that the field's obviously set now with third man, fine leg, deep square, cover sweeper out on the boundary. Those are the 4 guys out. Even more gaps for you to rotate strike with the boundary.
No, definitely, but I think with the field set we have now, I can't imagine we're going to see too many balls pitched up here. I think it'll be pretty hard lengths, top of the stumps type of stuff as we see Duan Jansen in again.
And there's a short and wide which has been cut out to cover sweeper, running really hard. Eddie Moore turns it down. Yeah, I think that's the length that they're probably trying to hit right now that we just spoke about. The line probably just a little bit wrong, but that's probably going to be with the field that's complementing the bowler. That's probably the lines and lengths, well, not the line but the length that they probably want to hit.
Yeah, and it's a decent size outfield as well, playing on one of the middle strips here. I do think it's a good ploy to try and hit the deck, bowl that good hard lengths and try and force the batter to hit the ball square.
I'm a big fan, that we don't see it enough, as we see Duan Jansen coming from the city end to Daniel Smith. That's good. That's so much. Oh, could have been one there. And unfortunately, it's just the fielding is just letting them a little bit down here with their backing up. This is the second one we just see now where they just got away.
Yeah, and to come back to what you were saying earlier, there has been quite a few dot balls in the power play. As we see the replay now. Excellent delivery, and fielder being in his right to go for the throw. Just unlucky that the backup wasn't in place. Bowler won't be too happy with that, Brady.
Yeah, I think the bowler wouldn't definitely not be happy. I just feel the guys off the boundary needs to get off the boundary, as you see Duan coming in from the city end once again. It's short and it's been, I felt he probably missed out on that one there.
It looked like it maybe just hurried him a bit there. Ball into the wicket, looked like it skidded on, maybe rushed him for a bit of pace there. Eddie Moore, I don't want to say he's been struggling, but he's not quite getting going here this evening. 18 of 17 now. He's been out there for all of these 6.4 overs that we've seen so far. And he'd like to get one away to the fence here, just to get him into that next gear, Brady.
Yeah, just to get him going here. I'm not saying yes, he is striking at a runner ball, which is still fairly decent, as we see Marco coming into him again. And it's short and it's wide, has been hit down to extra cover, running really hard. Waiting, no! And it's been cut down to 1. And like I was saying, he's gone at a runner ball. But in this situation, if you are going at a runner ball, and if you are going like that, you are setting yourself up to get a big one, and he has to go on and get a big one.
Oh, definitely Eddie Moore is an experienced campaigner. He's been around the block a couple of times. He definitely does have the game as well to catch up. So you'll know in the back of his head that he can catch up for his team. So we see Duan Jansen into Smith.
Into his hip, down to deep square for 1. This is still good. I think the Dragons will still feel they're still on top here. They're dictating matters and they are obviously on top. Not forgetting, our Proto men's will be taking on Sri Lanka in a 2-match, for 2 test matches and a full Pakistan tour this summer, with your favorite Pink Day taking place on Sunday the 22nd of December, 2 p.m. start. Get your tickets on www.cricket.co.za, #Wozanawe, be part of it.
As we see a change of bowling now, looks like H.L. Klute is into the attack. It's the 4th of the quick bowlers that we are going to see on display here tonight, and it's 4 lanky quick bowlers that bowl good hard lengths. close to a nightmare maybe for some batters, Brady.
Yeah, it almost feels as though, as a batter, you'll feel that you're not going anywhere. They just keep coming at you. And Klutza obviously making the move from the ball interior. I really like the look of him when I first saw him here, as we see him running into Daniel Smith from the university end. And he starts with a full and wide ball, which is a good dot. As I was saying, I first saw him at SA under 19. I really liked the look of him. He had good pace. He made his debut he made a move obviously to Northerns, and then he went back home to the Pole, and then we saw him here in a white ball comp where he cleaned up the Auto Investment Dragons. He got a fifer, as we see him coming into Daniel Smith once again, and he's been pumped down to, good run, good single, really good single, good running by these two, as I was saying. And he's made he didn't get much opportunity up in the Pole, and he's made his move down to the Auto Investment Dragons, which is a very, very important year for him, because I feel obviously you probably will get a lot of opportunity here to show what his talent is and what type of bowler he is. And he's still young, very, very young.
Yeah, Brady, a lot to be excited about. Klute, he has all the attributes I think that it might take to get him to the next level, as he's into Moore now.
It's a beautiful shot down the ground by Eddie Moore, and that's the boundary that we're obviously speaking about. Hopefully he gets his innings underway here.
Yeah, that might just be what Eddie Moore has been looking for. He hit that pretty sweetly down the ground. Even all 2 meters of Duan Janssen couldn't get down to that one. Duan Janssen, of course, taking a beautiful catch early on, as you have a look at the replay.
Yeah, it almost looks like Eddie Moore has been trying that for quite a while, where he's been trying to move leg side of the ball and try and create space for himself. And eventually he's obviously capitalized on one here. He could drag his length back here, Klutza, which he does, and he's been slapped back down the ground by Eddie Moore.
Yeah, that's what the people came out to see from Eddie Moore, and it's great to see him going in through the gears now. 27 of 20, picking up his strike rate.
You know, so Vian, is really interesting to see. We always speak about getting starts and those type of things, and if you look at Eddie, he had a slow start, but right now he's 23 of 19, which is 27, I beg your pardon, 27 of 20, and he's obviously caught up at this present moment, and there's no need to panic. There's really, really no need to panic.
The field set now, there's a deep mid-wicket out as well, deep square, fine leg, third man, and a deep cover point on the offside fence.
You see him coming into Eddie Moore again, makes room for himself, and an inside edge that is running down to fine leg and is going to beat fine leg for 4. Unlucky.
Yeah, that's unlucky. A bit of luck going Moore's way, as he's into the 30s now. And Brady, we've seen Eddie Moore's plan is here to maybe move a bit to the leg side of the ball, open up the offside. With the leg side field he has in place now, one might feel it might be a better option maybe for him to come around the wickets and take that swinging space away from Eddie Moore. Maybe try to tuck up Moore, force him to hit towards your boundary riders on the leg side.
Yeah, brilliant observation. I also feel when you're over the wicket, a lot of the times if there's no shape, it's just angling across, which is playing straight into his arc, as we see him coming to Eddie Moore again. That's the line and length that we're speaking about, where you really tuck him up. So coming over the wicket, it's a lot of the time if there's no shape, it's just going to go across him the whole time. Brilliant by you saying that, you know, come around the wicket and go back into him, as we see the end of the 8th over. The World Sports betting Western Province 58 for 2 after 8, as we see the crowd coming in here at JB Marks Oval, which is really, really lovely to see, filling up on the banks here. Could be an interesting evening tonight, Vian.
Yeah, JB Marks Oval, always a festive atmosphere. All the students coming out as we see the first bit of spin being introduced here. The captain Vian Libbe taking matters into his own hands here with 2 left-handers out in the middle here, Brady.
Yeah, this is a really good plow by him. I thought he would have thrown himself in a lot more earlier from when he saw these 2 left-handers in at the crease. Vian, a really good bowler, really intelligent bowler, experienced campaigner now, leading the Auto Investment Dragons here, and he'll probably look to get a breakthrough here.
I do think it's a good venue to take the pace off as well. Big surface. So we see him into Moore.
Oh, it just dropped. Was that a drop short, or do you think it was a drop catch there at extra cover? Great effort by Ruben Herman at extra cover there.
That one might sting a bit. Not Ruben Herman not necessarily having his gloves on this evening. Going for that catch with his bare hands, and it was a beautiful effort by him in the cover region.
From what I remember and watching a little bit of Daniel Smith, he is a good player of spin and he hits the ball in really weird areas. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about his business here this evening. And especially facing up to Vian with the ball turning away from him. As he opens up and punches it into extra cover off the back foot for 2 really good shots there.
That started up by Janeman Malan out in the deep. And the Northwest faithful probably being happy to have Janeman back in their ranks.
Yeah, I just think that's a really quality signing by Auto Investment Dragons. Yes, he hasn't had a really good season for the past year or two. Oh! Bet. You think there was... It almost sounded... I thought... I don't know what happened there, Vian. What do you think happened there?
It's a good piece of bowling, but probably a bit of bat involved there.
He just punches it into that pocket. This is good running by these two. It's really, really good running. Like we spoke about us as we see the replay here.
Obviously that previous LBW shout. It's sliding down leg. I do like the pace that Vian Libbe is bowling here, Brady. He's bowling a lovely pace.
Catch that. Oh, into the hole. Into the hole there for 1 to extra cover. Almost from our angle, looks like it's always going to extra cover there in the air. But going back to our discussion about playing spin, especially now in this middle period of the game, it's so important. It's really, really important. I always say if you a bit of a side arm, round arm there by Vian Libbe, which has just been knocked down to long on by Eddie Moore. But as I was saying, as you see the end of the 10th, where we see 9th, end of the 9th, World Sports Betting Western Province 65 for 2 after 9. Steady start, steady going along steadily. They've lifted the run rate, where the run rate now is at 7.2 at the present moment. As you see the bowling figures here by Marco Janssen, 2 overs, 1 for 17. Kerwin Mangru, 0 for 16 in 3. Duan Janssen, 2 overs, 1 for 11. Michelle Kluto, 1 over, none for 14. Vian Libbe, 1 over, none for 7. As we see another bowling change from the university end. Looks like Duan Janssen's been brought back into the attack here. Let's probably try and strike here for them.
Yeah, it's quite the luxury to have here for Vian Libbe to have 2 2-meter tall left arm quicks, 2 right arm quicks close to the same height as well. You know, Duan Janssen's very good in the middle over as well and towards the death with his cutters and changes of pace. Very good white ball option is Duan Janssen as we see him into Eddie Moore.
As you see, he just started off with a little bit of a cutter there, and you just spoke about his skills and what he obviously has to bring, and he's very skillful. He is a T20 specialist, as you see the highlights here. Yeah, a little bit of a cutter by Duan Janssen. But going back to what I was saying, he is a T20 specialist, which in this period he probably knows what to do and how to get a wicket here. As we see him come to Eddie Moore, and it's short and has been just dabbed into fine leg. Chance! Oh, bad fielding by Kerwin Mangru down at fine leg. Should never be 2 runs on there.
Yeah, it's a good piece of running, but not the ideal throw that came in from the fine leg region. And yeah, as we alluded to earlier, Duan Jansen is an expert in the shortest format of the game, and obviously knows the JB Marks Oval like the back of his hand, knowing growing up here in Potchefstroom, playing his provincial cricket here as well now.
Another cutter there, but because he's trying to make that room to open up extra cover by the looks of it, a lot of the time he's going to miss out on that full ball, which he could easily put away if he gets into good areas.
And Daniel Smith now on strike. He obviously got picked up by the Sunrisers Eastern Cape as their rookie for the SA20. It's pretty exciting. It's pretty life-changing for a youngster to be picked up in the SA20.
Yeah, that's something big for them, especially if you're a young up-and-coming cricketer. You're going to learn so much in that environment with, as we see, Duan Jansen coming into Daniel Smith. Oh, and he's missed out. Another big shout there. He's missed out on that leg stump. Wouldn't say half volley, but leg stump line where he thought he could have obviously scored. But in saying that, you know, with these leagues going around, and there's just so many good internationals that are coming into these change rooms and into these leagues. You can only grow as a youngster being in those change rooms and in those discussions. As we see Duan Jansen coming into Eddie Moore. Oh, he must have got something on that because it hasn't been wided.
Yeah, it might have also gone over leg stump. That's better. Obviously moved a lot into the off stump channel there. It's a good hard length ball by Duan Jansen once again. I think it would have been a bit harsh to call him a wide there.
Some really good dots here. I think the Auto Investment Dragons have really controlled this game at this present moment. And that one didn't go over leg stump.
Yeah, similar line and length this time, but once again looked like an off cutter. Just gripped a bit in the surface. And Eddie Moore now 37 of 28. Daniel Smith 9 of 10. Very similar to the way Eddie Moore started off his innings. Brady, you get the feeling it might not be so straightforward to get yourself in here this evening.
Oh, another. You just strain a little bit here in his line. We can probably see what he's trying to do, especially with the feel that he's obviously got. But he's obviously just strained a little bit in line. But you can see what the plan is. Probably try to run back into Eddie Moore, cramp him up. As you see the replay here, he's trying to cramp him up and not give him any space or anything for him to free his arms to try and get hit down to the leg side.
Yeah, it's a deep pocket that side there where Kerwin Mangru is situated. Almost looks like Yanaman Malan situated a deep square leg. Those two men might be in business, not in the too distant future.
And that's the line we're speaking about, and he just nudged into a cow corner region for one, and that ends the 10th and World Sports betting Western Province, a 72 for 1 after 10 overs. Steady start, just steadily, just going about their business. Nothing exciting. They haven't really taken a risk as well. Do you think they'll be happy with the start or not?
Yeah, look, I think 72 for 2 after 10 overs halfway through the innings. Obviously the big thing for them is wickets in hand, Brady. I think they have a good platform from which they can launch now. And I do think they have the firepower as well in their lineup to capitalise later on as well. The atmosphere just keeps on coming in here at the JB Marks Oval. Svian Libbe once again is in towards Eddie Moore.
Yeah, it's going to be... I think one of these guys probably got to, with wickets in hand right now, they've got to try and put down the accelerator now, just to get them a little bit of momentum going here. Yeah! And as I speak about it, that's what happens. His leg stump cartling out the ground as Vian Libbe gets a breakthrough.
That's a beautiful piece of bowling by Vian Libbe. And Eddie Moore departs for a decent hand, 38 or 30. Put his team in a relatively good position here. And with the wicket coming from a spin bowler here, Brady, I'd imagine Caleb Seleka might not be too far off now. We see the replay now. Vian Libbe cleaning up Eddie Moore.
Yeah, I just think he just played the wrong line there, and you could actually see that he actually practiced his shot trying to hit it a lot more straighter, which was probably a better option. As you see, George Linder comes to the crease. Another left-hander, good season campaigner, good cricketer.
George Linder obviously needs no introduction. A proper player, and he's been around for a while. He's played a number of match-winning innings with the bat. Obviously a prolific left-arm spinner as well. So have a look at the lineup of the World Sports Betting Western Province. Mpongwana and Bayomi still to come as well. It's two guys that can hit a long ball, Brady.
Yeah, definitely. Previously and earlier we spoke about the long batting lineup that they do have, and they wouldn't mind the start that they did have. They would have loved maybe 1 to 2 wickets down. As we see George Linder, first ball, leg stump, and he just dabs down to long off for 1 there. Yeah, going back to what I said, they bat really deep. So the start that they had in the power play, they probably didn't mind it because of their batting lineup and how deep they've obviously bat. So the game is really in the balance as we speak now. Daniel Smith comes down the ground and knocks down to long on for 1. Good work by Lasiba on the boundary there.
Yeah, ideally I think they'll just look to knock it around for a while now as well. Just get George Linder in there.
So good, Vian. So good, Vian.
There's a bunch of braais being lit here at the JB Marks Oval on the embankment.
Oh, and it's just straight down leg side, which hits his pad, and they've trickled back for 2 runs there. Oh, wides. He's been given wides. My apologies.
Keep coming here, Vian. Keep coming here, Choma.
Yeah, it's really lovely to see an old braai throw a choppy on the braai as well. As we see George Linder hitting it into extra cover for a dot. Vian Libbe is really doing a good job here for the Auto Investment Dragons. This is really, really good dots by Vian Libbe. As you see, the end of the 11th with the World Sports Betting are 77 for 3 after 11.
Look, Vian Libbe, he's been bowling well. It's 2 overs, 1 for 12 now. And it looks like a change of bowling. Or not. It's once again Duan Jansen who's going to bowl his last over. He's gone for 17, picking up the 1 wicket. And Brady 77 for 3 after 11. Put yourself in the batting camp, would you be happy?
I think yes, I wouldn't be happy, but I will be happy with 1 happy. Reason being is that yes, they haven't lost a lot of wickets and they're only 3 down, so they've got firepower in the back end as we see Duan Jansen coming into, and it's a top edge down to 3rd man, which is it just bounces short. Good effort by Kumalo down at the boundary at 3rd man. Yes, I would be happy because I've got wickets in hand. It would have been a different story if they were 77 for 5. So it gives them that opportunity and that platform to launch at the back end. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about it.
Oh, they're nicely poised actually at 81 for 3 now. They've got almost 9 overs left to bat. If they use it wisely, I think they might have a bit of momentum going into the next innings here.
As he really full and wide ball that's been squirted down to deep square. In saying that as well, it looks like it hasn't I don't know if it's a wicket. I haven't had the chance to look at the wicket. I don't know if it was a wicket. I feel that Auto Investments has also bowled really well. But scoring hasn't been easy. It really hasn't been easy. It hasn't been free flowing as what we obviously expect. Fresh wicket, middle wicket as well. So yes, you got to give credit to Western Province for consolidating and playing conditions. But in saying that as well, I think the Auto Investment Dragons have also bowled well as well. You see a short and wide. He's really missed his line coming from this university end.
Yeah, Duan Jansen's bowled a couple of wides now, but his figures altogether actually don't look bad. 3.2 overs, 1 for 23. But Brady, Duan Jansen is a genuine wicket taker in the short format as well, as we see the replay of that previous delivery. Nicely moved by the wicketkeeper as well. Down the leg side, so we see Duan Jansen in once again to George Linder.
He's been dabbed down. Oh, it's good field, good by Caleb at extra cover. I'd love to know what the dot count is in these 11.3 overs that have obviously gone, because we have seen a lot of it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of dots here. I think, as you alluded to earlier, I think the Northwest Dragons, they've bowled good. They've had plans and they've stick to them. They've executed them nicely as well. But in saying that, the Western Province side, they've also not got impatient. They've played a fighting hand here.
As you see, another cutter by Duan Jansen that just dies on the keeper there, unfortunately, and they get through for a single. But yeah, I just feel that Auto Investment have really bowled well today. They really haven't got these guys away, but in saying that, they probably would have liked more wickets on top of this 84 runs. Then they would have really been in the pound seat to restrict them to a minimum score here. It's a good line, good length. That's just been dabbed into the vacant area on the leg side for one.
Yeah, you're saying now the Dragons, or the Northwest Dragons, have bowled well here, and obviously conditions not as easy as we might have thought at the beginning. It looks difficult to get yourself in here. If you're the batting side here, Brady, what type of target are you looking at? What's a winning total? What's a competitive total here at the JB Marks Oval this evening?
I think with the start that they've obviously had and the wickets in hand that they do have, they're probably looking to get about 160. If they get 160 on this wicket, I think it's a defendable score. And it's just another back of a length that didn't really get away or didn't really come onto George Linder, as we see the end of the 12th, where Western Province are 85 for 3 after 12. And that's the end of Duan Jansen's 4 overs, which is 4 overs, 1 for 24. Really, really well bowled by him.
Yeah, I think 160 will be a very competitive total here for the Western Province side. And especially if you have a look at the bowlers that the Western Province side has, it's not going to be such an easy run chase here. Obviously keeping in mind there's going to be a bit of a dew factor as well later on. And in saying that, I'm joined in the commentary box by Conrad Swart. Conrad, got yourself a cup of coffee there?
Yeah, I had to. I think at my age, a coffee is needed this time of evening. But it's such a good evening in Potch. Weather is looking good. Crowd has bowled in nicely, with Vian Libber bowling his third over, going for 12 runs so far. Yeah, I heard you and Brady speaking about the wicket. Not as easy maybe as we thought, Vian. Free flowing, definitely not. So it's a grafter's wicket. I heard Brady say 160 is 160. Everything will depend on how well they set themselves up. And that's a big hit by George Linder, going for 6. And it could be that the hit is on.
Yeah, and completely against the run of play. George Linder running down the wicket and giving that a big thump. over long on. It's a pure strike by George Linder as we see the replay there. It's not a bad ball by Vian Libbe at all. Ball into the wicket, just a pure bit of ball striking, Conrad.
Very good ball striking. Well, we come this to know or expect from George Linder. He's such a good cricketer. And another good shot. Straight down the ground. Also going for full. George keeping his shape so well through the shot and hitting it straight over the bowler's head for 4. Moving on to 17 now. Or rather 11 from 8 deliveries. Score now at 95 for 3 after 12.4 overs. Vian Libbe continuing from the city end. Does very well off his own bowling. That's always a very good thing. If a spinner can field well off his own bowling, Vian, it just adds another element to his bowling arsenal. Vian finishing up the 3rd over. Just dab into the mid-wicket area. Very well fielded there.
That's a nice way to get out of the over by Vian Libbe, bowling it nice and quickly into the pads. And obviously, like you said now, a spinner that fields well off his own bowling, that's just, it gives you that extra fielder in your team actually without even having him there. It also forces the batter to try and look a bit squarer, and that obviously brings a few modes of dismissals into play as well. As the exciting leg spinner Caleb Seleka is into the attack now.
Yeah, Caleb, he's been part of the Northwest setup now since Division 1 cricket has started. He's still a student at the Northwest University. This past season he was part of the SA Emerging and the SA Academy intake. Had a very good series in Zimbabwe against Zimbabwe Emerging. And the leg spin into the 2 left-handers will now be something that we can look forward to.
Yeah, Caleb Seleka obviously is someone you know very well. Conrad, is he a big turn of the ball? Do you think he might look to rather take it across the 2 left-handers here?
I don't think so, Vian. I think Caleb is in general not a slow left-arm spinner. He likes to push the ball through, trying to hit that area where he can draw the batter either forward or try to get him going back and see if he can get him in front of the wicket, hitting on the pads. Yeah, I think he will try to push it across, because if you can look at the field setting now, you've got a deep square, no mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket cow, and then a long on. So he's probably trying to hit the stumps in as many deliveries as he can. Very good start, going through to the long on area with Duan Jansen fielding, and they're taking... Oh my word, that was very, very close. Good running in the end. If you look at the replay there, Vian, it does tend to look rather close, this.
Yeah, I think that's a bit closer than we might think. Definitely would have been a teaser for the 3rd umpire if we had one there.
It was safe. Very good running from both batters. Caleb coming in from the university end. Oh, ball's coming down to the long on area and caught safely by Duan Jansen. Caleb Seleka picking up his 1st wicket on his 2nd delivery. Score now just below 100, going 99 for 4 after 13 overs with a rate achieved of 7.5.
So we have a look at the replay. Caleb Seleka, a low full toss, hit out towards long on and finding the tall Duan Jansen, and Conrad, it should probably demoralizing batting on a rather actually a big outfield and seeing you need to hit the ball very high if you want to hit it straight for 6 with Marco and Duan standing at long on and long off. You really need to hit it well to get it over there.
Yeah, I think it's like thinking that it's a fielder on a ladder. But yeah, it's always interesting how a low full toss can still be a very good delivery if you don't hit it well. Sometimes we do see leg spinners bowling the odd full toss or maybe dragging it short a little. In this case, in this scenario, Caleb being a touch lucky, but the Auto Investment Dragons will take that wicket with a lot of joy, as this brings Mahili Mbongwana to the wicket. also a very familiar name now in our country, also was selected to the Protea squad going to the West Indies, featured in the SAA Sri Lanka A series, which was played here in Potchefstroom, Kimberley and Benoni. Exciting prospect of a cricketer.
Yeah, from Ghana is a very handy all-round cricketer. And a great find for the Western Province as a franchise. Seleka now continues to him.
Oh, such a good start, keeping it deep into making him play, keeping him honest on the straight lines. Vian, I remember seeing, as he's known, Popos, the first time playing for the University of Western Cape a few years ago. Dangerous cricketer, honest cricketer. A lot to look forward to in his career still. It was well bowled by Caleb. Just beats the fielder at the cover area, and fielded by Kumalu, who bounces it into the wicketkeeper.
That's very nicely played into the cover region. And the Western Province side, they've run well between the wickets tonight. Once they've gotten it through the ring, they really have run quite a few twos so far.
Yeah, I think because we're playing middle wicket tonight, we still got to remember that the JB Marks Oval is a big ground. I don't think it's as big as, for example, the Knights' field in Bloemfontein, which is extremely big. Having played there a few games myself, I know that there's a lot of twos and threes, and if you had a look at the weekend, how many twos and threes were run on that field. Same on JB Marks, which is a touch smaller. Again, another one catching the inside edge of Bongwana's bat, and they go through for two with a score on 103 for 4 after 14 overs. Vian, I kind of think that with 4 wickets down now, the rate achieved at 7.4, all possibilities now that the Western Province will look to up the ante a little bit, see if they can go for boundaries. The first 2 balls of an over really put pressure on the bowler, and see if they can get between 8 and 10 an over from here on in to get to a score of 160, which will be highly competitive on this wicket tonight.
I think 160 will be a very, very good score here. The Western Province side, of course, now 103 for 4 after 14 overs, and it looks like Vian Libber's going to bowl out his last over here. He's bowled a handy spell here so far, 1 for 24. Might not look so impressive, but George Linder, the previous over, got hold of him on a couple of occasions. As he'll continue now to Daniel Smith.
That's being hit straight down the ground to the long on area. Fielded by Lasiba Ngupi. Batter's going through for an easy 2. I think the Northwest Dragons tonight was really well marshalled by the captain bowling himself now, Vian Libber. He's always been a very strong leader, being nominated now by the Northwest Cricket Union as captain of all 3 formats for the Dragons. And that's another wicket by Vian Libber. Leg stump out of the ground. Daniel Smith trying to get down to the ball, double stepping it but missing it completely, and Province is 5 down for 105. And this 2 quick wickets in succession does put a little pressure now on the batting side with touch more than 5 overs to go, Vian.
Yeah, as we look at the replay now, it's Vian Libber bowling very well. He hasn't left the wickets all that often tonight, and that's actually what any coach will ask of you as a spin bowler, is to hit the wickets as frequently as possible. And as the old saying goes, you miss, I hit. It always sounds like a cliche, but if the basics work, the basics work.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you see now in the international setup, the majority of our spinners around the country and around the world really try to bowl very tight lines into the batter, not give him then too much room, try to hit the stumps as much as possible, with the likes of Bjorn Fortuin, Keshav Maharaj doing precisely the same thing, even though both of them are left-arm turners. That's one thing that we actually should touch shy at this stage in our country, is proper off spinners. That's something that we need to work on, I think, is to get more off spinners into the game, because they can still play a major role in any format. And especially in Test cricket, I think, Vian, we need that off spin, and it will be an absolute bonus if he can bat in the top 6 as well.
Oh, look, there's I see it as well through the primary schools and stuff. There's all the more leg spinners coming through as Vian Libber now bowls to Bayomi. There's not a lot of kids that want to bowl off spin, and I think it might have something to do with T20 cricket and all the superstars being the wrist spinners.
Vian, it's a very good point you're making. I'm not sure whether we can say that's your opinion because leg spin is such a difficult art. And to be honest, I don't think there's many coaches around the country that's true leg spin coaches or true spin coaches. I mean, we've got Paul Adams now that's involved with the national setup, being one of the specialists, and the word is that he's exceptional with what he does. And there's a lot of work that's in front for him to make sure that our spinners come through. Super over here from Vian Libber so far. After 5 deliveries in his 4th over, he's only went for 3, picking up a stick of Daniel Smith, and he would be looking to finish off this over with either dots or even a 1, which he does. Very well bowled Vian, going for 2 for 28 in 4, going at 7s, and that's a super job done by the off spinner and captain of the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons.
It's great to see the likes of Paul Adams getting involved with the spin bowling department around the country. I think it's going to add so much value to the country's cricket and as in general and as a whole.
He's got many spinners to work with. I mean, and prime example is Caleb Seleka, who also plays his 2020 SA20 cricket for the Eastern Cape Sunrisers. They retained him for the upcoming competition in January. He's still a prospect to be considered for future national honours. Going to Mpongwana in his 2nd over. Very well bowled deep into the crease, being tucked down, straight down the ground, fielded by Duan Janssen.
Very difficult to get underneath the ball of Caleb Seleka. Bowls a quick pace and at the stumps. And definitely someone to keep an eye on for higher honours maybe later on in his career, or maybe not so later on in his career. Definitely someone that's been putting in some good performances around the country.
Well, Vian, at this stage, I'm just concerned for him finishing his studies next year. I would love for him to finish with his degree, and he's doing kind of well, not only with his cricket but also with his studies. So we're very proud of him. Again, another inside edge going to short, fine leg, fielded by Kerwin Mangru. Caleb doing a stellar job here for the Dragons with his tidy leg spin. He had a decent day against the Knights on Saturday, bowling from the University Cricket Club end. Well bowled, son. Fielded by the captain at a very straightish mid-wicket. So that just gives you indication that he's not looking to turn the ball a lot, Vian, but rather that he wants to slide it into the pads with his field set on the leg side. Again, super bowling by Caleb Seleka, hitting a very good area there for the leg spinner. Another dot, and the dots keeps coming. Brady mentioned earlier, Vian, about the amount of dot balls. We say in general, if you can limit your dots to 30 an innings, then you're winning. But at this stage, I kind of think it's a lot more. Being hit by Mpongwana over deep mid-wicket, and that went for 6. It's still a decent ball. Still a decent ball, kind of a miss-hit, but still a good miss-hit for 6.
Look at that stage. 2 runs of 4 balls that we see the replay now. Something had to happen. The ball needed to go. Never mind if it's a good ball or not, he needed to get something going. So luckily for Mpongwana, he got a bit of it, and it went all the way.
Yeah, the ball still travels in the IFL, doesn't it? It's not the wondrous where it goes even further, but it's a proper hit by him. That was very quick. Outside off stump, and he mishit it to the cover area. For end of the over, Caleb going for 8 in the over there for the 8, and that's 2 overs for 14. Score now 115 for 5 after 16, with a rate achieved of 7.2.
Yeah, the was on our T20 challenge, 1 million rand student giveaway. 10 lucky students stand a chance to win up to 100,000 rand towards their outstanding tertiary fees by simply attending any of the CSA T20 challenge games. Visit www.cricket.co.za or our social media pages for more information. T's and C's apply. Wars on our way student challenge, hashtag be part of it.
With 4 overs to go, we see the return of Mark Jansen bowling from the city end. Looks like he's coming around the wicket, probably to tighten up the batter in Bayomi. Mark is steaming in. Reverse lap tried by Bayomi, didn't execute it, and it's another dot.
That's an interesting ploy as well, a third man in place. Obviously having a look at the fielders outside now as a third man. There's a sweeper on the cover point boundary. There's deep mid wicket, deep square leg behind square, and there's a fine leg in place. Interesting options. Mark Jansen comes around the wicket.
Oh, that's super bowling. Looks like he took a bit of pace off it, rolling his fingers over the ball. Proper off cutter by Marco. Very good line as well. Still bowling at very straight lines, trying to hit the stumps, making it very difficult for the batter to score freely off that. And just to come back to what you said, a reverse lap to a bowler the quality of Mark Jansen is an interesting option. But Bayomi's still a very young man in his career. He'll learn. Big prospect for the Western Province.
He's a very clean striker of the cricket ball. I'd like to see him back himself to try and maybe hit the ball over the top with mid on and mid off up in the circle. I do think he is capable of clearing the fence, never mind the inner ring.
It's always interesting, as you said, even though with the third man down, that option that he took, whereas with both mid on and mid off up, showing a lot of ball to, or bat to the ball rather, like he did there, going to deep mid wicket. Fielded by Yanaman Malan, throw in on the bounce to Mikael Prince. I would like to see a batter always using the full face of the bat as much as possible. I know the modern game has changed where a lot of shots has been played like sweeps and laps, but still a proper cricket shot, especially to a quality bowler, will be to show a lot of face off the blade to the ball, Vian.
I do think it might be difficult to hit Mark Jansen over the top, tall guy bowling hard lengths.
That's well bowled. Hard length again. Knocked down to third man by Mpongwana, fielded by Akili Klutze on the third man boundary. I like the look of the Dragons tonight. They look like they are in a very good space after that close win the past weekend against the Knights. But the body language of the team does look very good. Looks like they're fielding as a unit, being backed up by good catching and proper fielding. That's a big hit by Bayomi, and as you said, Vianney does hit the long ball. Clean contact over the cow area, and one lucky student could have had studies for free, but they dropped it.
It's a hard opportunity probably. He struck that pretty well, but pretty much straight at the supporters. As we have a look at all of them going for it.
Oh, they tried. They
tried. And they probably saved that girl's life as well in the process.
Better length that by Marco Jansen to finish off the over. Single taken by Abdallah Bayomi. So let's be fair to those boys sitting there that dropped it. Let's say they're definitely not drinking liquid fruit. Which is okay, because with the examinations coming up, they got to just have a bit of free time before the hard studies comes up. Vian, you know it, you were there. So yeah, interesting, good crowd in again for the Dragons in the first home game of the season.
Yeah, and it's good to see the people coming out to support the local provincial cricket. It's nice to see them, and especially I think here in Potchefstroom, it's always a decent crowd that's coming out. All the students here, they always like to come out for the vibe.
Yeah, cricket in Potchefstroom is always well supported by the students. It's something that you can bank on when there's cricket on here. People like to come and watch out the cricket, and the JB Marks Oval has always been spectator friendly, especially in the area that it's in, with the university sports grounds surrounding it. Kerwin Mangrove back into the attack, bowling the 18th over. Again hitting that good length, being pulled but not well executed there by Bayomi. Probably just sat up a little bit on him, but 2 runs taken, fielded by Ruben Herman in the outfield.
Conrad, the score now 127 for 5 with 2.5 overs left. What would be a good total to look at here if you're the batting side?
Well, depending on if they can keep their wickets in hand for the last few deliveries that must be bowled, I still think anything from 250 to 260 will be a very competitive score here tonight, especially with the quality of the Western Province bowling attack, with Wesley Baja, Nabi bowling, Björn Hendricks, that we know is a quality bowler as well, captaining the side, and then they've got 2 quality left-arm spinners in Carl Simmons and George Linder. So yeah, it's the 160 will be a proper chase for the Dragons to push to pull off. Ball being hit straight up into the air, fielder coming under it and caught by Ruben Herman. I don't think that's the wicket that Western Province did want to lose at this stage, but it is very good catch taken by Ruben Herman in the outfield. Western Province going to 127 for 6 after 17.2 overs. Rate achieved 7.3. Depending on what happens now, beyond 260 could be a lot to get from here.
I think the Western Province will be happy with 145, 150 from here. As you have a look at that catch again, Ruben Herman is had a good night out in the field. You wouldn't say he is actually a wicket keeper. He's actually a brilliant fielder. He looks like a proper athlete, covers ground well, and that was a very good catch.
Definitely cricket runs in that family, with his brother playing for the Warriors down in the Eastern Cape. Also remember Ruben as a university cricketer playing for Tuks. Very good ball striker, superb gloveman as well, but tonight not having the gloves, he does an excellent job for his team, and catching well, covering a lot of ground and getting the ball into the keeper with proper throwing.
And he's been in all the hot zones, as they say. He's pretty much done deep mid wicket to deep mid wicket all evening. So obviously someone that the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons back as a fielder. As we see Carl Simmons coming out to the middle. He's obviously also a proper batter.
Yeah, Carl can play. He's always been a very good cricketer. Been around the block now for many years. Played some of his cricket at Marty's Cricket Club down in Stellenbosch. Went to the Titans for a while, and now plying his trade up in Cape Town. Quality left-arm turner. Kerwin actually having a very good over here. I can see Vian rushing him through. He's running back to his mark just to make sure that they bowl their 20 overs in the allotted 80 minutes that they're allowed. Otherwise, the penalty will be fielder inside the ring if they don't complete their overs in the allotted time. Ball going straight up into the air, and it goes for 4. Good shot by Carl Simmons, getting off the mark, and the score moves to 131 for 6.
As we have a look at the replay, and Conrad, I think they've done well to get through the overs here. Obviously they've bowled a lot of pace. They haven't bowled too much spin here tonight, so obviously they're always going to struggle maybe to get through their overs.
Yeah, Yeah, if you look at it, it's an hour and a half nearly bowled now with another 2 overs to go. So I think Vian is really trying to his bowlers to get through the overs. And out. Oh. On the rebound, taken by Aishal Kluter there at short third man. Very unlucky for Carl Simmons. But again, another wicket for the Northwest Dragons, putting a lot of pressure now on this lower order of the World Sports Betting Western Province. 131 for 7 after 18 overs, rate achieved at 7.3. And now it's going to take some doing to get it to 160, which will be a really competitive score for the Western Province side.
And that concludes Kerwin Mangru's spell, 2 for 22. All the twos involved there in his 4 over spell. And he's put in a brilliant shift here for his team tonight.
Picking up 2 in that over, only going for the 1 boundary in the 18th over. Superb spell again by Kerwin Mangru, like he did on Saturday against the Knights. Showing his quality, showing what experience can do for a team. And again from the City end, Marco Jansen will now bowl his 4th over, going for 1 for 27 in 3. And he will definitely be looking to limit the runs here, maybe picking up another wicket for his team to get Province to 8 down and putting pressure on them for the last 2 overs. And another one in the air, caught by his brother. It's a replay of the David Bedingham dismissal earlier in the innings. That's 2 in 2 for the Northwest Dragons. They are really doing exceptionally well in the field today. They fielded well, they caught well, and their disciplines were exemplary.
Yeah, bowled Jansen, caught Jansen. 2 very, very handy cricketers, batting, bowling and in the field. A real luxury to have as a captain. Safe as houses by Duan Jansen at mid-off. And 131 for 8 now are the World Sports Betting Western Province side. And Cornwall, I do think 150 might be a stretch at this stage. I think 140 will be a good effort at this stage.
Yeah, Vian, you never know. I mean, Buren saw him when he played for the Lions, and I was involved for a little bit with the Lions. Not a little bit, for many years as a selector there. He kind of, when he connects it, he does hit it a long way. But all about the plans now that Marco Jansen will have with the next 5 deliveries, bowling out the 19th over. I don't see him bowling it up to the batter too much. He's probably going to see if he can roll his fingers around it, not giving them a lot of pace, especially to a number 10 batter in Wesley Beja. The rate achieved at this stage, 7.2. The Northwest Dragons are really doing a stellar job here at the back end of the innings, picking up wickets at regular intervals. Marco Jansen straying down leg, unfortunately, for another wide ball. At this stage, the extras in the innings are at 11, and we usually say if you can limit it in a 2020 game to 8 to 10, then you're doing really well as a fielding and bowling unit. At this stage, it's at 11, but still a proper disciplined effort tonight by the Dragons bowlers. Very good area hit by Marco Jansen. You can just see the quality of the international cricketer, can't you, Vian?
Yeah, and I think these the Northwest Dragons bowlers they've had clear plans, and I think they've kept it simple. What works for the top order will work for the lower order as well. They haven't tried to do anything funny. It's top of the stumps, rolling his fingers across it, and Marco Jansen's a proper cricketer.
Marco bowling again, hits straight down the ground. I was just wondering about that. The fact that both mid-on and mid-off is up. I think a fielding change will be made now by Vian Libber, maybe moving one of them down for the last few balls of this over. But a proper cricket shot by Wesley Beja. Just want to see now if he does make a move in his field placing. No, he doesn't. He does keep both the mid-on and mid-off up. I can't see it being bowled in the same area. It's probably going to be a bit shorter. And he knocks down middle stump. Wesley Bodger trying to go across it. And that's what you want to see. Hitting top of the stumps, as you said, Vian. Western Province sliding to 136 for 9 with 8 deliveries to go in the innings.
Yeah, and Mark Janssen sending his middle stump on a bit of a field trip there. And that's what the supporters come out to see. People bowling fast and making a mess of the stumps. It's great to see the stumps cartwheeling here at the JB Marks Oval.
You know, Vian, it's good to see international cricketers playing domestic cricket. That's what the crowd want to see. That's what supporters want to see. You want to see those guys playing IPL, Major League Cricket in America, going around the world, plying their trades. But you want to see those guys playing in our country as well. I know Marco at this stage is a bit of on a rest period that's been prescribed by Cricket South Africa, but still to have an outing in the shorter format is a good thing for him, just to keep his body in competition mode before the international season starts for the Proteas.
And it's excellent for the other players involved as well. They get to rub shoulders with the players in our country that have international experience, whether it be for the country or around the world on the circuit, and for the people to see them putting a bit back into the system as well, taking what they learn and giving it to the locals as well.
For sure. I mean, that's a cricketer people want to come and see. You only see them basically on television, never in person, and it's a very good thing to have Marco playing for the Dragons. Björn Hendricks dabbing it out to point, taking a quick single, finishing out the over. Marco Janssen picking up 3 for 34 in 4 overs. First outing for the Northwest Dragons since his return. Welcome back, Marco. Good to see you in the maroon clothing of the Dragons again.
And it looks like Klute, who will bowl the last over now for the Auto Investments Northwest Dragons. And it's going to be interesting to see if they are going to start this over within the allotted time.
Let's see how many fielders are out at this stage. You can see the field placing. 2 Björn Hendricks, long on is out, deep squares out, deep mid wicket is out, and third man, which means they did not finish their overs in the allotted time. Oh, there is. Sorry, I do apologise. 5 out. Aishel Klute taking the pace off it. Unfortunately, there's 2 runs taken, and it looks like one of the fielders is hurt. I can't really see who that is, Vian.
It might be Ruben Herman, and it looks like he's holding his hamstring. And that's not ideal to see. Your opening batter holding his hamstring 5 balls before he needs to go out to bat.
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling a little. He did call there to the physiotherapist, Jackie Creel, to come have a look, and also for a replacement fielder. It does look like he can actually step on it a little, so it's just maybe a small niggle that he has. Okay. Something wrong with him, but it looks like there's a fielder coming in to replace him.
It looks like Reinhard van Tonde is on the park.
Well bowled. You can see the plan here by Aishel Klute, trying the wide Yorkers just inside the off-stump wide line, with a sweeper out on the offside boundary, and also a long off out. That's the area that he wants to get hit. Very good plans by Aishel Klute, executing very well, running in from the university end. Another shot, balls in the air. Duan Janssen taking his 3rd. Oh, he drops it. Easy chance put down in the last over. That's the first blemish they had in the field this evening, the Dragons. First blemish.
It looks like the replay is coming up now. Hard length by Klute.
Aishel Klute running again in from the university end. Well bowled bumble on from the batter. No chance. They do go through for a single, putting the score up to 142 for 9 with 2 deliveries to go. I must say Aishel Klute actually in this over executed very, very well, bowling the last over. Ball being thrown to him by Vian Libbe and asking him just to finish out the innings. Running in again. Another dot ball, superb bowling by Aishel Klute. With a rate achieved of 7.3, Vian, it could be that this game, there's a proper cricket game on here in the chase.
Yeah, Conrad, I do think 142 for 9. I think 140 is not a bad total at all. It definitely is a defendable total if they bowl well.
Last ball of the innings, bowled by Aishel Klute. Buren Hendricks swings and misses. That's the end of the innings after 20 overs. World Sports Betting, Western Province scoring 142 for 9. I think it was still a decent effort by the Northwest Dragons, bowling really well, just going over a little bit of 7s to the over. Very good disciplines by the bowlers, backed up with proper fielding, good catching by the Northwest Dragons, and we can look forward to a decent cricket game after this. Cricket South Africa and Hollywood Bets are excited to bring the Hollywood Bets Pro Series Women Professional League made up of the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and Hollywood Bets Pro 20 starting the 4th of February to 2024. For more information, visit www.cricket.co.za. Hashtag it's our time, hashtag wars are now way. At the end of the innings, 142 for 9. Markie Jansen picking up 3. Kerwin Mambrou going at 5.5 and over, picking up 2 for 22. Duan Jansen bowling very well, going at 6s, picking up 1 stick. Aishel Klute finishing off the innings very well. Edward Moore top scoring with 38 from 31. Daniel Smith contributing 19 from 18. Valentine Kitami 16 from 17. And George Linder getting in 2 decent hits to score 14 of 12. We'll see you at the start of the Northwest Dragons innings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the JB Marks Oval, where we're going to see the run chase of Auto Investment Northwest Dragons require 143 runs to win in 120 balls. Interesting first innings there by the Western Province there, Conrad.
Yes, it was a decent first innings. Again, the wicket, over the years, the JB Marks Oval has gotten slower, Brady, and I think the Northwest Dragons exploited the conditions very well, kept their disciplines, bowled really good areas, hitting hard lengths into the body, tightening up their bowling effort, not giving a lot of room for the Western Province batters to maneuver the ball and play big shots. And everything will depend on this opening partnership of the Northwest Dragons. We see that Ruben Herman will not open the innings after picking up a hamstring injury, and it looks like Tamsanqa Khumalo will now open the innings. He's of course a high performance signing to the Northwest Dragons from KwaZulu-Natal Inland, making his way in country to the Northwest Dragons. And straight away, World Sports betting Western Province starting off with spin with Carl Simmons, who's going to open the innings, left arm turn around the wicket into Tamsanqa Khumalo.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this run chases. I think if Northwest Dragons, as we see Simmons coming from and he starts off with a bit of a short and wide, but it gets cut to point. As I was saying, if with this chase, I think if Auto Investment Northwest Dragons gets off to a good start in the power play, I think that will be the game, eh?
Well, it's all about the intent that the two batters will show. I think one thing, and that's the first wicket down. A rank bad ball by Carl Simmons, but it's hit straight to the short, fine leg. And that's the first wicket down for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, when we speak about a rank ball, I think you can classify that as a rank ball. But that rank ball obviously brought the breakthrough and the wicket that they were probably looking for. As we see the skipper coming in now, Vian Libber, to the crease, as we see a really leg-sided long hop. Almost looked like he tried to help it over short 45, but unfortunately found the fielder.
Easy catch taken by David Benningham. Precisely the start that Western Province were looking for. It'll be interesting, Brady, how the Dragons will now go about this chase. Is it really necessary to go really hard up front in the power play, or do they set themselves up to score the runs down in the 18th or 19th over?
Yeah, definitely. I think reiterating that, but in saying the Western Province will be eyeing out wickets, and they probably spoke about taking wickets in the power play and big wickets in the power play as well, and these are one of the big wickets that they probably spoke about and trying to knock over Vian Libber, try getting him nice and early because he is a dangerous player.
No, it's really now down to Vian Libber playing a captain's knock here, keeping the innings together. Probably want to still show his intent, but also make sure that they run hard like they are doing now. That's exceptional running by both batters. Of course, Vian now in at 3, Mikael Prince at the non-strikers end. Mikael Prince also coming down from the Cape Town area, playing SA under 19 about 2 years ago as a wicketkeeper batter. Very exciting prospect, clean hitter of the cricket ball, and it will be good if these two can put on a partnership for the Northwest Dragons here, just to set them up in the middle period of this game. Again, Carl Simmons in from the university end, ball tucked to the mid-wicket area, easy single for Vian Libber.
Yeah, I think, like you said, I don't think they've probably identified that if they do lose early wickets in this power play, it's something that they probably don't want. In saying that not any team wants it. and they're not really chasing a big score, but if they have a good power play, I think they'll probably win this game in the 17th or 18th over. Good start here by Carl Simmons.
Brady, I still think it's not going to be an easy chase. If Western Province do keep their discipline and they make it difficult, bowl good lines, hit the top of off with the seam attack that they have, this could still be a very difficult chase for the Northwest Dragons. That's a good shot from Mikael Prince, hitting it to the long off area. Fielder coming around, and there's another 2 runs to the score. First over, Northwest Dragons 5 for 1. Just a second ball wicket of Tansanka Kumalo, who was actually thrown in the deep end there a little bit after his name was initially down at 6, but with the injury of Ruben Herman, he had to go and open the innings.
As you see, Bjorn Erik's coming into the attack from the city end. Bjorn, a really seasoned campaigner, has been around the block for a couple of years now, spearheading this Western Province attack, just like what he's done over the years.
He'll probably look to also shape the ball a bit. He's done it for Western Province, the Lions, and also for South Africa, being in our national setup for some time. Flying straight now back in his home city of Cape Town. Probably look to shape the ball away from the left-handed Vian Libber. Running in now from the city end, Vian Libber taking strike.
Clipped down to... very lucky there, very lucky. Good fielding from the man at 45. Looks like George Linder at 45.
Yeah, Buren actually got away with it there. Ball glanced down to fine leg, short fine leg by Vian Libber. Could have gone anywhere. Went straight to the fielder. But still proper fielding there from George Linder, even hitting the wickets with a throw into it. So Brady, we know that JB Mark's Oval has never been an easy place to defend a score. And from the looks of it, there does look like that there's a bit of a sheen on the outfield, which means that there is dew around. Good single taken by Vian Libber. Decent fielding, very well backed up there by the player at mid-on. So, do you think that the little bit of dew is going to make it easier here for the batting side with the ball just skidding on a touch?
Yeah, I think the ball will probably come on a lot more better and probably quicker onto the bat than what it did earlier when this game obviously started. Numbers do say that you can chase down, and this is a chaseable score, and the wicket does get better to bat on in the evenings. So it'll be interesting to see how it actually plays. As we see, Mikael Prince just tucking one down to deep square for 1. Good fielding down at deep square by Bayomi.
No, I think the two batters are just looking to get themselves in here. Just seeing how the wicket plays, if the ball's coming on as they expect it to do, and then just making sure that they transfer their weight very well into the ball, hitting down on it, really see if it's necessary to go airborne if the ball's not really up to them, limit the chances that they take. Of course, with the wicket down already, they don't want to lose another here very early. That's an excellent delivery by Buren Hendricks. Tacking up Vian Libber. Did look like it actually seemed back into his body a little.
Yeah, I think if he's going to hit that line and length as well, I just feel your point and cover and extra cover can be a lot more tighter, especially with these two new batters that are in at the crease, haven't really got themselves in at the present moment. I just feel point is really, really deep. So it'll be interesting because they are looking for that drop and run. You can see from the intent that they've bowled.
Again, good single taken by Vian Libber. Ball delivered deep into the wicket, into his feet, but he just tucks it to mid-on and sets out straight away for the single, rotating the strike very, very well here, looking to consolidate after that early wicket in the first over. Bjorn Enoch's really looking like he's charging in here, Brady.
Yeah, it is.
Decent wheels.
It really is. But I'd also feel, we spoke about it in the first innings where Western Province didn't really rotate strike in the power play, and you can really see the intent by the auto investment Dragons with their drop and run and their rotation of strike. Bowled.
It's a good short delivery. Batter just lets it go through to the keeper. End of the second over, 8 for the loss of 1. Going at 4s. Yeah, Brady, I think if you look at this batting attack of the Dragons, they do bat deep, with both the Janssen twins coming in at probably 6 and 7 now after the injury of Ruben Herman. So they do bat deep. But again, you don't want to put unnecessary pressure on them coming in too early. So a measured start by the Dragons is what the coaching staff of the Northwest Dragons will be looking at. Limiting the chances, playing to good options. There's immediately a change at the university end with Malili Mpongwana coming into the attack.
Yeah, I think they can go how the World Sports Betting Western Province went about their batting. I think the Dragons can also go about. He starts the full toss that has been slapped through the covers for 4 by Vian Libber. As I was going back to it, where auto investment Dragons can start off the exact same way as what Western Province did, but at crucial times in the game where Western Province lost wickets, where they could have set the game up extremely well. If auto investment Dragons don't lose wickets in those crucial periods in the game, I'm pretty sure they'll go on and win this cricket game.
Yeah, we always talk about taking the game deep. And yeah, that's precisely what we want to see from our top order batters. You want someone in your top 4 be there at the end, over 16, 17, possibly 18, making a big score. Again, even though it's the shortest format, partnerships are crucial. And the 2 players now in, you want to see them, Vian actually just trying to force it a little bit, leaning back on it, not making good contact. Dot ball there for Malali Mpongwana. So I think the chances that you need to take should be measured. You still got to look after the power play, as you always say, Brady.
Yeah, most definitely. Just from that shot as well that I've just seen from Vian, I think he's looking to probably take on Mpongwana here. He feels that he's probably not a threat and probably trying to hit him out the attack to bring probably their best bowler
in George Linder into the attack.
There's a play and a miss, which is just outside off stump.
Very good error there from Mpongwana. You can see Vian tries to get on with it a little now. Should just keep his shape a touch longer.
Shot.
Another good shot.
Another good shot for a dot there by Vian Libber. It really looks like he is going to try and take him on here. Just from these 3 or 4 shots that we've seen here, he's really trying to put him under pressure, which is just naturally Vian Libber, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah, it's always been like that. I mean, Vian's always been a clean striker of the cricket ball. Especially in 2020 over cricket, for which we've known him now for many years, plying his trade first for the Lions up in Joburg, then he went to the Warriors and now coming back to Potch. Again, Milali Mpongwana in.
And it's just beaten point, backward of point there. Which is a beautiful shot by Vian. I think he was looking for that gap as well.
He's just missing his line there a little bit. The length is still proper. just missing the line, and Vian hitting it backward a square for 4. Score moves up to 16 for 1 after 2 overs, with 1 delivery to go in the 3rd. Lali Mpongwana still having a decent first over here, bowling 3 dots. It's just the first ball, the full toss, that was dispatched by Vian Libber. That was a bad ball, but otherwise it's been decent lengths, decent lines.
Great shot. That is a beautiful shot over extra cover for 4, and he came down the wicket. It was a really big ball as well to close off the over, but unfortunately Vian Libber, well, fortunately, not unfortunately, fortunately comes down the wickets and just pops it over extra cover for 4 there.
It just shows you the value of showing full face of the blade to the ball. Excellent shot, great balance, and 1 bounce over the boundary. Now the Dragons are 20 for the loss of 1 after 3 overs.
A similar start, good start, steady start by Auto Investment Dragons. But like I said, if they get off to a flyer in this power play, which I've got a funny feeling that they will, I think this game will be over, and it will be Auto Investments Dragons Day if they get off to a good start here in the power play.
Another change from the City end, Wesley Beja coming into the attack.
It's a good start by.
Good start, hitting a very good area there, Brady.
I don't know much about him.
He's played a few games for Western Province last year as well.
Looks like he's got a little bit of a easy, gentle run in, but it looks like it gets you quicker than you actually think as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's hitting the crease hard with his front foot, getting nice over it, but hitting the deck extremely hard. Mikael Prince tucking it away to the deep square boundary, going for 2 and still making it comfortably. Very good running by both batters.
In the first innings, what I saw is that they hit it into good pockets and they actually turned and they ran really well. And I think if the Auto Investment Dragons do that, which they've shown that they are obviously doing it, this could be a very easy run chase. They don't have to go for that boundary option, or don't look for that boundary option. If they run really well, which they have started off doing, I think they'll be okay in this run chase.
Well, definitely, if they can keep their heads, not let the pressure get to them. The rotation of strikes is going to be crucial here, just to release that bit of pressure that can become an issue sometimes, especially in a batter's head if they don't get the boundary. You've got to look at your singles, hitting your pockets, hitting your sweepers, running the ball down to 3rd man, making sure that you get to the other end, like he does there. And that's 4 runs to Mikael Prince. Hit very late cuts on the ball, beating the fielder down, who's George Linda at 3rd man.
Mikael, very square, very strong square of the wicket, as you could see there in the highlights here. Gave him a little bit of room, not much, and he's made space for himself there and beat backward of points and 3rd man. So it was a really good shot.
Mikael Prince showing his class there. He played a decent knock here in the last 50 over game against Sri Lanka for the SAA team. Again, dabbing it down to backward point. Well fielded there. Very well fielded. That's a good option still. He's trying to run it down to get the single after the boundary. Get the other batter on strike.
Yeah, it just looks like it's just coming on a lot more better than what it did for.
It does. I must say, I like to look at this Wesley Beja. Hits the deck extremely hard. Good hard length that he's hitting. And another boundary. This time over cover by Mikael Prince. Making it very good over for the Northwest Dragons. 10 from the over there. And the score now races to 30 for 1 after 4 overs. Rate achieved going at 7.5. And I think, Brady, that's kind of where Western Province were as well.
Yeah, game really balanced at the present moment as we see a bowling change. Naba coming in from the Western Province. Coming in for the Western Province here from the university end. Yeah, I think the game is really balanced at the moment. Western Province were in a similar position at this stage in the game. They'll be dying for a wicket right now, and I think they'll be dying to get one of these two guys.
I think we said the same thing in the World Sports Betting Western Province innings, whereas they were also around about 30 for 1 after 4 overs, and they lost one in the 5th over. And I think they lost another one in the 6th over to take it to 40 for 3. So both teams basically on par here. Nabi running in and Vian Libbe slapping it over the point area. And I think that went for 6. That's an extremely good shot on the first ball. No, the umpire's showing 4. First ball bowled by Matikwea Nabi.
As you see Nabi coming in here, and his first ball is a short and wide, and Vian Libbe has put everything into that to slap it over extra cover. Unfortunately, I'll also be upset there, because I think it went for 6 that ball. As you see a fielding change where they've dropped the deep point out to the boundary and deep square out, and it looks like we've got a little bit of a pause, because I think they're just having a look at the replay here just to see if it's gone for 4 or for 6. Really tough to see here.
It's difficult to see, but it sounds like the crowd is actually having a bit of an influence there on the umpires. They're trying to see whether that went for 4 or 6. It's still not very, very clear, but my initial thoughts were that it did go for 6. So there's a bit of a pause now in this over, with the umpires trying to find out whether they signaled correctly. It's a great shot by Vian Libbe, opening up his blade. That's 6. Umpire has not changed his signal, but that's how the game goes.
You see Nabi coming in, back of a lane, looked like a bit of a slow ball. I think the key here could be that hard back of a length into the wicket with a slow ball as well.
You've got to bowl it into the wicket here, Brady. If you're going to float it, it just make it easier for the batter to hit it. So that's precisely what Nabi did there. He bowled it more into the wicket, making it a bit more harder to score. And you can see Vian mishitting it. And that is going for a big 6 over the long on area. And again, the fielders can't get close to it for the one-hand catch. Not getting close enough. And that did go for 6, and also signalled by the umpire for the maximum that a batter can get.
I think Vian Libbe, as you see, Nabi running into him, a bit of a short ball that has been slapped over middle for 6, and a missed chance on the bank, on the grass embankment. As you see Nabi coming in again to Vian Libbe around the wicket. And he's just straight in line, which has just been wider down leg side. A little bit under the pump here now.
Yeah, it just shows you what 2 big shots in an over, especially early over, can do to a bowler's thinking process. Trying to do something, he should just stick to what he did. The second delivery there, that hard length into the wicket, that's the ball that he wants to bowl. Now Vian just asked him just for a second, so he can just compose himself, getting ready to face the next delivery in this over.
Oh, another wide, crucial, yeah. The World Sports Betting Western Province is really, they're probably thinking now we just need to get out of this power play. If we get out of this power play, I think with the spin twins, they could slow the game down. So the less they get out of this power play, the better for them. Or the quicker they get out of this power play, I think the better for them. That will work for them as well.
Oh, yes, you're so right, Brady. And I'm thinking that this little bit of deal on the outfield, maybe on the wicket, is just making the ball come onto the bat a little bit better than what it was when the World Sports Betting Western Province were batting initially at the early part of the 6 o'clock start at the JB Marks Oval. Nabi in again.
Slow
Good
ball.
shot.
It's a good dot and a crucial dot and a good dot in the power play. And it looked like that was also a slow ball. And I think the slow ball into the wicket is probably the way forward, yeah. Big ball here by Nabi just to get out of this. To get out of this over.
With 2 balls to go, over so far going for 12, with the boundary and the 6 being scored by Vian Libber.
Crucial.
Another wide delivery going down leg. He missed 3 times in a row now, basically there, Brady.
Highly important, yeah. Extras, they're not really defending that much as well. It's going to be really, really important for him to get out of this over with these 2 balls. If he can get a strike for a dot here, I think he'll be winning this over. Well, not unfortunately winning, but just getting out of this over. Which has been slapped. Oh, good dot. Chance. Good running. Good running by these 2. And these 2 have really ran well to get that.
The runs needed to win this game is now below 100. Another 15 overs to go after completion of this over. Partnership currently also standing on 44 after the wicket that was lost on the second ball of the Northwest Dragons innings. That of Tangsanka Kumalu.
Oh, he missed out.
Last ball of the over, leg by. Takes a score to 45 for the loss of 1 after 5 overs, going at 9s. With the over to go in the power play, Brady, how would you play this?
Personally, I would not risk anything at this present moment. But the modern day cricketer will probably say, I am guns blazing here, if it's in my ear I'm going. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about their business.
I referred to what I said earlier about taking it deep, and both these batters are looking actually set now. Vian scoring 27 from 15, Mikhail Prince scoring 13 from 10, also looking very good after that one shot that he hit. Björn Hendricks back in again from the city end.
Sure.
You can see typical keeper, Brady likes to hit the ball square of the air of the wicket. Very good hands.
Good to see that Björn brought himself back in here to probably close off this power play.
And taking responsibility, eh?
Which is really good to see as well. Big over this. He's probably trying to knock him, try and get a wicket for them. If they get a wicket, I think they'll still feel that they're still in the game. I think also Investment Dragons or Northwest Dragons are ahead of them at this present moment and in a comfortable position. As you see Björn coming into Mikhail, which is a short, and it's hit his pad and it squirts it down to 3rd man. Yeah, I think Auto Investment Northwest Dragons will feel that they are comfortably in control. We spoke about it at the beginning about getting off to a good power play. They do not want to give them another wicket.
No, as you mentioned earlier, the modern cricketer doesn't think that. You know, if they feel that they're on a roll, they will keep going. I think, though, Vian Libber does realise the importance of his innings here, even though he's striking at nearly 200. That still his wicket in this power play very important, and just play normal cricket shots and see what happens. And then he hits a beaut of a cricket shot over mid-off area on the up.
Beautiful shot by Vian Libber.
And 1 bounce 4 to Vian Libber. Oh, I like it when a player can show full face on the blade to the cricket ball. That's such a good cricket shot. That's the 50 up for the Northwest Dragons.
It's a really good shot as we see him go over.
How well did he keep his shape there?
It's a beautiful cricket shot. There's nothing better than seeing a shot down the ground.
Down the ground with superb balance. Hit head just going into the ball a little, and such a good bat angle on the ball, just taking it to a 1 bounce 4.
Could be an interesting ball here to see. Oh, inside edge, good fielding by the wicketkeeper. Great work by the wicketkeeper.
Yes, he got his gloves down there very quickly, Daniel Smith.
I think at this present moment now, Vian Libber is playing at 250 kilometers an hour. And I don't think there is much stopping him now.
With 2 balls to go in the power play, I still think 50 with the loss of 1 is a very good score on this wicket. If he can just rotate the strike now, get out of it and open up the game for the Dragons. That's a wide delivery by Björn Hendricks. Vian still tried to run the ball down to the fine leg area, especially with it up. A little bit of bat on that will just be 4 runs for the taking there. Unfortunately, misses it.
I must say the World Sports Bets in Western Province have given away a few extras that could be extremely costly for them.
They bowled at this stage, they bowled a few already.
It's another slow ball by Björn. And it actually looks like it's actually gripping in the wicket there. It's really gripping in the wicket. Big ball by Björn Hendricks just to get out of this over. And I just feel they'll probably also think that with the spin twins coming in, they could still control this game and they can still get themselves back into the game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially with the quality of the 2 spinners. I mean, both of them seasoned campaigners, knows how to bowl the ball in the shorter format. And another good single taken by Vian Libber. And that's the power play gone. 53 for 1. Scoring at 8.8 and over. The rate required now at 6.4. Partnership of 53 between these 2 batters. Only losing the 1 wicket on the second ball of the innings. That's of Kamalu. And Vian will now continue commentary with Brady Barnes.
Yeah, thanks Conrad, and it's nice to join Brady here in the commentary box. And the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons off to a fly here, Brady.
Yeah, we spoke about them getting off to a good start, and indeed they have got off to a good start as we see Carl Simmons back into the attack. He started off well and he got the only wicket for the World Sports World Sports Betting Western Province. Hoping to get another one. Oh, well bowled. Good pace.
It's nicely bowled by Carl Simmons. And Brady, the Western Province men would dearly like for him to grab a couple of wickets here. The Auto Investments Dragons, or Northwest Dragons, they need close to a run a ball at this stage.
I think Carl Simmons, seasoned campaigner, George Linder, seasoned campaigner. Western Province is really going to look to them to try and claw them back into this game. I think if I was a batting team, I still feel that I'm really on top. I'm really on top, and I don't have to play any risk cricket at all. But if those 2 guys bowl well, I think Auto Investment Northwest Dragons will be under pressure.
Simmons now to continue.
Very well bowled. Pushing hard, running hard into the gap. Could be turning for 2. And good running by Vian Libber. Really good running by Vian Libber. He's really brought intent to the crease as soon as he's got to the crease.
Yeah, Brady, and really that's all they need at this stage, to knock it around, get the 1s and 2s, the odd boundary here and there. but definitely the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons well on top in this encounter.
They're bossing it at the present moment. But I will say this, as you see the end of the sixth, Northwest Auto Investment Northwest Dragons 55 for 1 after 7. Going back to what I was saying, Vian, I feel if they play these two well, they will win the game. If they don't play these two well, they will not win the cricket game.
Look, also another thing to keep in consideration is Ruben Herman might not bat. Obviously, usually a top order batter, usually opens the batting for the Dragons. It looked like a hamstring injury he picked up in the latter part of the bowling innings for the Dragons. As we see the other left arm spinner, George Linder, into the attack. It's going to be interesting to see these two spinners in tandem now. It's also going to be interesting to see Vian Libbe and the way he looks to play these two spinners. I think a lot rides on Vian Libbe's innings this innings.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the ball turning back into him. It'll probably be easier for him to play as well. So in saying this, he's, like I said earlier in the previous overs, that he's batting at 250 kilometers an hour. I'm pretty sure he's going to try and put him under pressure here and not make him settle.
Linder now into Libbe.
She just dabs it into the hole for 2. This is really good running by these two. Really, really good running by these two, yeah. Which is going to be so important for them.
Look, not a lot of people that know this ground better than Vian Libbe. He's played quite a few games here at the JB Marks Oval. And like we alluded to earlier, it's a quite a big playing surface. So there are a lot of deep pockets where you can run a lot of 2s and maybe 3s. So I do think that might be the ploy here from the Northwest Dragons batters to knock it around, get 2s and 3s, and see where they are later on in this innings.
Yeah, definitely. I think the key is going to be in this middle period is how well they actually run between the wickets. As we see George Linder into Vian Libbe, knocks it into the hole once again, but he'll settle for 1. And I think that's probably going to be the key. If they're not dotting up, if they're not getting a boundary, they are getting 1. And there's enough pockets in this field in order for them to hit and to run extremely hard.
Especially I think with the left arm spinners bowling at Vian Libbe. Generally nowadays a lot of spinners prefer to bowl without mid-wicket within the ring. Obviously with the inventive shots coming in now, you need your short third man and your 45 fielders. So a lot of runs to be had through the mid-wicket region. I think it's going to come down to the running between the wickets here.
Spot on there as we see George Linder coming into Mikhail Prince. And he cuts down to extra cover for 1. This is really good. This is so good by these. This is so good by these two. As you see a little bit of a fumble by Eddie Moore down at extra cover with the crowd behind him, giving a bit of gears as well.
I think it can be a tough place to field here in the evening if you're not of the home side. I think the crowd might be a bit vocal here in Potchefstroom at times. But Brady, you love to see it. People coming out to support the local franchise cricket.
Yeah, it's really lovely to see, and I think this place can still fill up and get a lot more spectators in it. But for the first game in here at home, as you see George Linder to Vian, and he just hits it to extra cover for a dot. As I was saying, they don't really see much sport over here. Yes, it is the varsity. They do see varsity sport, but when it comes to professional sport, they don't really get much out here. So when they do get it, they come out and they come and support wholeheartedly. There we go, well played. As he hits into cow corner for a single. Vian Libbe is really playing a mature knock here.
And that's a beautiful use of the feet for any youngsters watching. The art of coming down the wicket, not merely coming down in one line, but using your feet towards the ball, making sure that if you are beaten, the ball maybe hits your pad and that you cover all bases. Beautifully played by Vian Libbe.
Yeah, spot on, and he can allow himself to come down the wicket because it's into him. whereas Mikhail will probably sit still and play from the crease, which almost a run-out chance there, which he's doing as you see the end of the over there where Auto Investment Northwest Dragons are 60 for 1 after 8. Run rate achieved 7.5, run rate required 6.9. They're still in control of this game, still bossing this game, don't need to make any mistakes at all or any risks at all.
Yeah, basically need to run a ball at this stage, close to 7 to the over. And two batters that's well set at this stage. Libba sitting on 37 of 24. He's playing a blinder so far. Don't want to put the mockers on him as we have a look at the bowling figures. Carl Simmons 2 overs 1 for 7, a name that jumps out at you. George Linder now settling into his spell, 1 over 0 for 5 at this stage. But Brady, you feel these next 5 or 6 overs will determine the outcome of this game?
Yeah, most definitely. I did say in the beginning that as you see Simmons into Vian Libba as he hits it into the hole, which is he turns. These guys have run so well. They are run beautifully well, and if they go back, if they look at this game at the end of the game and they win this game, they will look at how they ran between the wickets, and they've really run really well.
A lot of 2s on offer here at the JB Marks Oval. Simmons now continues.
Great shot. Good shot down the ground by Vian Libba, and his turn and come back for 2 there. I thought it was going to kick on and go for 4, but he's done really well there.
That's a nice shot by Vian Libba. Plugged a bit in the outfield. Looks like Bayomi at long on. He came around, tied it up nicely, kept it to 2.
Chance. Square leg umpire denies.
Smith's been neat behind the stumps.
Yeah, he has. I've been really impressed with him behind the stumps. Like I told Conrad earlier, I haven't seen him much behind the stumps. I've seen him with the bat in hand where he hits it in really weird places, but he's been really good with the gloves behind the stumps. Oh, chance. And as I spoke about that, I have cursed him and he's just missed the leg stump in there. Big chance. Big chance. I think I need to stop talking.
It's a big chance and a missed opportunity by Daniel Smith. You have to say, I think that's pretty much as difficult as they come. Pretty much blindsided for most of that delivery, but the chance nonetheless, and a big one. Vian Libba.
A little bit of a round arm by Vian, beg your pardon, by
Carl Simmons there. With a bit of a lower arm there. And how costly will that turn out to be? And it's classic of the commentators hyping up a man just for him to maybe miss out on an opportunity.
Big opportunity.
Big opportunity, especially at this stage of the game. Vian Libba now 43 of 28. A kingpin in this lineup.
Charge. That's a beautiful shot by Vian Libba over extra cover to beat extra cover for 4.
And Brady, a lonely place to be now in the shoes of Daniel Smith. A bit of salt in the wounds there by Vian Libba. Beautiful shot over extra cover. As we see the replay now.
Just straining line a little bit, giving Vian a little bit of width to open up that area, which he's done perfectly and beautifully well there. Great shot down the ground by Vian Libba. Mikhail running really hard and he turns for 2. Brilliant running by these two. They have been so well. They've run so well, these two, and they've complemented each other so nicely.
And Brady, it's great awareness as well by Prince, seeing that ball was hit to the right of the left-hander George Linder, who was situated there at long off. And it's been impressive, the running between the wickets between these two. They really have been good foil for each other.
It's definitely been really impressive by these two. As you see the end of the 9th, Auto Investment Northwest Dragons are 73 for 1 after 9. Vian Libba on 49. Mikhail Prince on 17, not out. Carl Simmons, George Linder, pick of the bowlers, along with Björn Hendricks. they don't have to take any risks now, Vian. They just have to play along and keep doing what they're doing. They're literally just running really well, waiting for the bad ball, put the bad ball away.
That's now George Linder to continue to Prince. It's a good shout, and the umpire's given him.
Slap bang in the middle, and it comes at a time where we really thought this is just going to get going and we're just going to knock it around, and unfortunately he gets trapped right in front by George Linder.
And that wicket brings to the crease South African batter Janneman Malan, and it does look like he's coming out with some good energy here, Brady.
Yeah, energy, especially after the knock that he had played last week. Yes, he did take his time, but he played a really, really important knock for the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons. But he's coming into bat where he doesn't really have to take any risks at all. Vian Libbe is well in control of this game. And when we speak about controlling a game, especially with a run chase, if you have got someone that can control the run chase, you're smiling.
Now look at this stage, the Auto Investments Northwest Dragons require 70 of 65. An equation you take any day of the week if you are in the Dragons changing room at this stage. Two very experienced batters at the crease. Vian Libbe sitting nicely on 49 of 30 balls, and he's joined by an old teammate of him, Janneman Malan.
Yeah, old teammate at the university. They both won Varsity Cup together. They moved on, obviously in separate directions, and they found their way back together, batting in the middle once again.
Linder now to Malan.
Good start. As he hits it down to extra cover for one. Good start by Janneman Malan.
Yeah, it's nicely struck. And George Linder now bowling to Libbe, sitting on 49.
We just look to knock it into the pocket on the leg side here and trot through for his half century, which he's played perfectly and beautifully well here. There we go, and he's just knocked it into cover sweeper for one, and that brings up his half century. He's batted beautifully well here, Vian Libbe. He's come in, he's changed the gears, he's shifted gears, he's brought intensity to the crease as well. He's put the Western Province bowlers under pressure. Beautifully played by him.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive inning so far from Vian Libbe. The captain's knock so far, it must be said. And really has put his team in a good position so far.
It's a great run. That is a great run by Janneman Malan. I think he has identified that the fielder at extra cover is not as flexible as anyone else, and he's knocked it in there and just taken off.
Yeah, and the left-right combination obviously not ideal, especially on a big playing surface like this, the field changing around the whole time.
George Linder going a little bit wide there, and Vian Libbe probably thinking he's missed out. I must say, Western Province haven't really been good in the field, especially their ground fielding. They've taken a lot of twos to them, they've run really well, and you can't afford that when you're defending a score so low in T20 cricket.
Linder into Libbe.
Knocked down to extra cover for one.
And Brady, from a technical aspect, Vian Libbe really is getting into some very good positions. Solid, stable bases. His head is in a great position, and he's really been elegant so far.
Yeah, he looks like he hasn't missed out on much as well. When the bad ball has come, he has definitely put the bad ball away, and he's rotated strike off good balls. So that is a good sign of someone getting into good position from a technical point of view. Good finish off by George Linder there. As we see, also invested Northwest Dragons 78 for 2 after 10. Vian Libba on 51, Yanaman Malan on 2. Run rate achieved 7.8, run rate required 6.5. They're well ahead of the run rate. But in saying that, in T20 cricket, 1 over can definitely change a game. But they've played these two spin twins really, really well at this present moment.
And it'll be Carl Simmons to continue now. He'll be bowling at Vian Libba.
He hits it into the hole once again. They've run so well. This has been a dream to watch, honestly.
They've run well between the wickets so far as the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons.
As you see Simmons into almost a chance of a run out there by Carl Simmons, and he just had to question him to just be like, don't creep up too much out of your crease there. Shot down to extra cover off the back foot, which was quite a foolish ball off the back foot into extra cover for 1. Good work by the fielder out at extra cover.
And Brady, Vian Libba really is a pure striker of the ball. He hits the ball as hard as most of them out there. The ball really does speed away to the fence or over it in a few occasions so far tonight.
He's a really clean striker of the cricket ball, and that's why he's obviously been picked up in the SA20 as well. Well bowled. I think Western Province know that they can tie down Yanaman Malanya a little bit with him being a new batter coming in. They can maybe try and get a few dots down at him, and the less they bowl to Vian, the better. As he knocks into the hole for another. They have run so well. Honestly, this has been world-class running by these two.
Now it's beautifully played into the leg side by Yanaman Malan. And ideally the Western Province side would like to open up an end here. They'd like to continue to pick up a few wickets throughout. I think we might be in for a close ending here if they can pick up a few sticks here in the middle period.
Well played. Running again, they're running really hard again. These guys have been brilliant. This has been absolutely brilliant to watch. An exhibition of running between wickets, as we see end of the 11th, where Auto Investment Northwest Dragons are 85 for 2 after 11. But I'm pretty sure, and it blows my mind how Western Province haven't identified that this is what they're trying to do. As we have a look at the crowd here, a little bit of a chilly evening here in Potchefstroom, but the crowds are still stayed in here, wanting to watch some cricket. Came out to obviously see Auto Investment up against Western Province, and it's been a good outing so far.
Yeah, it's been a good evening so far. It's been fun here at the JB Marks Oval, and that's what it's all about. You want sport to be fun, you want the entertainment to be there, and it's just lovely to see the people coming out to support the local side. It's going to be George Linder to continue now to Vian Libba.
Once again, he's knocked it in 2. And they've just settled for the 1 this time. Not forgetting, Cricket South Africa and Hollywood Bets are excited to bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro Series Women Professional League, made up of Hollywood Bets Pro's 50 overs, 50 and Hollywood Bets Pro 20, starting Friday the 4th of October. For more information, visit www.cricket.co.za. It's our time. #WasANow. As you see, George Linder into Yanaman Malan. It's been just knocked down to to long on for a single. And I think this is going to be the order up until we finish off here.
Now, Brady, at this stage, the Auto Investments Northwest Dragons require 56 or 52 balls. And I think the only thing that can pull it back here for the Western Province side is wickets at this stage. All they need to string together a couple of dots.
And that, unfortunately, he has just hit it down long on's throat. And you have just mentioned, in order for them to bring them back into this game, it will be wickets. Unfortunately, Björn Libbe has knocked one down the throats of long on's hands, and unfortunately he played for well played 55 of 36, which has been a really, really good innings by him.
Oh, look, he played a very good innings here for his side. And the way the game's going now, batters don't necessarily take the boundary fields into consideration all that much anymore. But Brady, the question begs to be asked, was it necessary to take that risk now at this stage? Did you want to maybe put him under pressure and take the game even further?
Yeah, I don't think, my personal opinion, I don't think that was obviously needed. How they're going about their business was really, really comfortable and really easy. But like we said, the modern day cricketer doesn't care if there's guys at the boundary. If it is in their area, they back themselves to hit it over them. And that's what he probably did. He obviously was playing at 250 kilometers an hour, which he felt that he could carry on going and up the tempo even more to completely bat them out the game. But in saying that, they're still well ahead in this game.
Yeah,
the only way they will get them back into this game is if they give them wickets.
Oh, definitely, I agree. The thing is, if that ball was half a meter higher or to the left or to the right, we'd all be singing his praises, because he has cleared that boundary on numerous occasions. So that's as is the nature of the game.
Good start here by Lesiba as he comes into batting. He just knocks it into square leg for one.
And Guepe is nicely off the mark. First ball. It's good to see them keep the left-hand, right-hand combination out there.
Yeah, very tough to bowl to a left-hand, right-hand combination. Lines and lengths got to keep changing. Fielders got to keep changing. All of a sudden, fielders are caught in the wrong position. It gives them a chance to come back and run for two, as we see a dot. George Linder's bowl really lovely this evening.
Brady, George Linder, obviously a world-class spinner. Everyone knows the class of the man. At this stage, almost through his third, 2 for 13, 2 big scalps. Last ball of his third over now to Yanaman Malan.
Down.
And that sees the end of George Linder's spell, where he's gone 4 overs. Beg your pardon, my apologies. On his third, he's just done with his third, where he's gone 2 for 13 after 3, as we see. Auto Investment Northwest Dragons 88 for 3 after 12. Still in control of this game.
Yeah, Brady, and Carl Simmons, of course, is a bowling partner. 4 overs, 1 for 27, as we see a bowling change for the Western Province side. And as we see a bowling change, we see a change in the commentary lineup as well. Conrad de Swart's back in with the commentary box.
Thanks, Vian. Yeah, last 8 overs of this game. Still think it's going to be a close game here. Unfortunately, Vian hitting it straight out onto long off to be dismissed. But it's back-to-back 50s for him at the start of this competition. Back into the attack is Wesley Beja.
Can we check off the clock?
With Lesiba and Gupi facing Wesley Beja from the university end. Generating good pace off the wicket there. Looks like he's bowling a hard ball into the wicket.
Oh, Wesley Beja looks a bit quicker than you think or might anticipate. I think he's a skiddy customer.
Skiddy customer definitely. It's just the action. I mean, strolling in really, not a really quick runner, but it does hit the crease extremely hard with his front foot, getting over it nice and as tall as he can be, bowling the ball into the wicket. Again in, Lesiba Ngupi manoeuvring, trying to manoeuvre the ball to backward point. Well fielded there by David Bedingham.
Yeah, Conradel. Wesley Beja looks like a customer who bowls quickly. Doesn't look like he needs to do too much to bowl quickly as well. I think it's something that comes natural to him. He strolls in and hits the deck.
Hits the deck really hard. I like the look of him. Played a few games for Province already, coming through their structures. 4. Again, Lesiba trying to manoeuvre the ball there. I think the best bet here is to try and hit the ball down the ground with as much power as possible, keeping his shape a touch longer. Yaneman coming to have a word with Lesiba. The rate achieved now down to 7, rate required 7.3. So what it boils down to is 55 balls, or 55 to win from 45 balls. Definitely game on here. Well played. Lesiba runs the ball down to fine leg, running hard between the wickets. Only 1. That's the game, Lesiba.
So Conrad, we've been saying that the Northwest Dragons have played well and they look like they're on top at this stage. So after 12 overs, the Auto Investments Northwest Dragons were 88 for 3 at the start of this over, obviously. And Western Province were 85 for 3. So really not much between the two sides at this stage. Although the Dragons do look on top, I do think we might be in for a closer end than we think.
For sure. You make a good point. Game's evenly poised now. I think the difference is for the Dragons, if they can keep their wickets in hand, whereas Province did lose a couple of wickets in clumps there and put pressure on their innings. I think the main thing is here, one of these batters need to take the game as deep as possible.
Keeping in mind the Northwest Dragons are batter light at this stage, with Ruben Herban and not necessarily going to bat at this stage. I don't think he will unless it's really, really necessary.
Can't imagine him coming out with that hamstring injury to bat. So next in will probably be the 2 Janssen brothers. Played Yaneman, punches it down to mid-on, takes a quick single. Very good over there from Wesley Beja. Going for 12 in his 2 overs. Score now 90 for 3 after 13 overs. I think the main thing is here is just to get another over. Keeping your wickets in hand, keeping a cool head. And I think there's a very big over here, Vian, with George Linder bowling an exceptional spell. It just shows the quality of the man. He does know how to bowl his left arm turn, really working well with the pace that he delivers the ball in. It's not the same pace, he plays with a batter.
Now, George Linder is a class act. I don't think anyone ever doubted that. He's a proper cricketer, and left arm spinners as good as gold.
Definitely. I think if the Dragons can here just punch it around a little bit in the outfield like that, where Yaneman punches it down too long off, takes a single, good fielding on the boundary, chucks the ball in on the bounce to the keeper. I think Daniel Smith very happy with the departure of Vian Leber after that missed stumping, even though it was a very difficult chance. It's never easy to follow the ball behind the batter's back. Lesiba Ngupi, the vice captain of the Northwest Dragons now, has got to play a very critical role here. Got to make sure that he gets off strike as often as possible, like that. Very good dead bat on the ball, rotates the strike, and just making sure that they see off George Linder, the major threat for the Western Province here.
And keeping in mind the bowling that the Western Province side also still has at their disposal, a lot of experience that still has a few overs up their sleeve. Bjorn Hendrik still a few overs to bowl. And Pungwana obviously, handy bowler,
That's very good batting by Janeman Malan, rotating the strike, just dabbing it into mid-wicket area to where the captain Buren Hendricks fields it and throws it in to the keeper on the bounce.
It's a vital couple of deliveries to come here. I think it can be very important in the context of this game. These last 3 balls from George Linder.
Lesiba Ngupi facing up to George Linder. Tries to cut it, but hits a touch too early. Again, well fielded there by the player. It looks like Bayomi. Now running down to the deep square boundary. He's making up a lot of yards this evening, does Abdullah Bayomi. He's been a very good acquisition for the Western Province, even though he's from that area. Serious cricketer. Very good Janeman.
Janeman Malan also getting into some very good positions, using the angle of his body to maneuver the ball into the offside with the spin. And they've done well to negotiate this last over of Linder so far.
Yeah, without any harm. Last ball from George Linder to complete his 4th over from the town end. Sweep shot, and that's going for 6 runs. Great shot, Lesiba Ngupi. That just eases a bit of pressure on the Northwest Dragons. George Linder going for 6 on his last delivery, but still an excellent spell by the seasoned campaigner that is George Linder.
And what a statement by Lesiba Nguepe. A big slog sweep over the deep mid-wicket fence as we have a look at the replay now. Beautifully moved into the off-stump channel. And a pure strike by Nguepe over the fence. That takes the equation now to 42 runs needed of 36 balls. And it'll be Wesley Beja once again.
Wesley Beja bowling his 3rd over, going for 12 so far in his first 2. Bowling to Janeman Malan. Very good single taken. You can see what Janeman's plan is here. Still just wants to rotate the strike, take the game as deep as he can. Wants to make sure that he's there at the end. With Lesiba Nguepe now on strike.
Janeman Malan really has become an experienced campaigner. He's played enough cricket to be experienced, to know the situation, what it requires of him, and he'd love to be there at the end for his team.
Definitely. Nguepe on strike. Gets it fine down to fine leg, going for 4. That just eases pressure on this over. Wesley Beja just straying on his line. But very well worked by Lesiba Nguepe for 4 runs. Partnership up now to 19. 37 runs to win. Lesiba Nguepe has raced to 14 runs off 9 deliveries. Lesiba Nguepe forcing the delivery, the length by Wesley Beja, hitting it straight to mid-off, taken by George Linder. And now the job that Janeman Malan has to do here for his team has just become a touch more difficult.
It does look like Lesiba Nguepe decided that he's going to be the aggressor, and Janeman Malan obviously the one to bat through the innings and see his side home, or at least attempt to see his side home, and Nguepe the one who tried to take the game forward.
The point you made earlier about Janeman, it's good seeing him back. He played a decent knock on Saturday against the Knights with the unlibber there, got his team into a good position to score 144, even though it was not enough. In my opinion, on that wicket, they still won the game. Big job ahead of him tonight. scoring 12 or 15 so far, now joined by Duan Janssen, batting at 6 with the injury of Ruben Herman, coming in at 6, and I reckon Marco will come in after him at 7. So still decent batting left for the Northwest Dragons here. 37 runs to win, or 33. The big question is, will Janeman Milan take it to the end for the Northwest Dragons here?
Conrad, you obviously know better, but it does look like Janeman's a cool, calm customer with a good head on his shoulders, and Duan and Marco Janssen obviously two composed cricketers as well. And do you think it's a case of rock, paper, scissors, who gets to bat first between them?
That's a very interesting question. I think Duan pulled rank on his brother here because he's been here longer in the domestic 1 division for the Northwest Dragons. But yeah, I think it's all about just Duan that played a decent innings the other day as well, and Marco just had to take the bat seat there on his twin brother. Wesley Badger running in again from the university end. Thick outside edge by Duan Janssen, running hard. Taking 2 there to the fielder, excellent running. I must say, as you and Brady mentioned earlier, the running by the Dragons tonight were of another level. They really ran well between the wickets, putting pressure on the boundary riders. And that's always a good thing, especially in 2020 cricket. You know, you gotta put another edge to your batting. It can't all just be shots, especially on a big ground like JB Marks is. That you can rotate the strike well, push the fielders, make sure that you put them under pressure. Baja in again, Duan knocking it into point, taking a quick single, fielder picks it up, and another single added to the total, which is now 109 for 4.
Well, the equation now 34 needed of 31 deliveries. One more to come in this, the 15th over. And how good will a wicket be here for the Western Province side? Now it'll really put, not entirely the cat amongst the pigeons, but it will put them in a competitive position here if they can take a wicket now.
Again, that's an excellent slower ball by Wesley Badger. You can see how it actually just dipped on Janeman Milan there. Played it well, kept it out. And that's the end of the 3rd over of Wesley Badger, picking up the wicket of Lesiba and Gwepe in that over. 2 batters convene in the middle, talking about what the plan is here. And then from the city end, looks like Björn Hendricks, the skipper for the World Sports Betting Western Province, back into the attack. I must say, Björn Hendricks bowled really well this evening, bowled with decent wheels, hitting the deck hard.
Björn Hendricks now has 2 overs to bowl. I don't know if he'll bowl both now or keep one for the end. I'd imagine bowl one now and maybe bowl the 19th or the 20th, depending on the situation. But he is a man with a wide variety of variations as well, cutters and slower balls, and might be the perfect foil for this wicket now at this stage.
Yeah, with 34 runs to be scored from 30 deliveries, dot balls will be golden to the Western Province side. Duan taking a quick single there, getting through. Janeman Milan actually telling him very good single there. You can see it by the show of the hand.
And it's all still neck at this stage. The Western Province side were 107 for 5 at the beginning of the 16th over in their innings. The Auto Investment Dragons, of course, 109 for 4 at the beginning of this over. So neck at neck really at this stage. Although there was quite the collapse at the end of the Western Province innings.
No, not much in it. Vian, I think, as you said now, the loss of wickets, they lost it in clumps there. Didn't really get into the back end of the innings as much as they like. Excellent short delivery by Björn Hendricks. Janeman Milan getting out of the way of it. there's still space in 2020 over cricket for a good bumper and a very good Yorker. Haven't seen a lot of Yorkers being bowled this evening, but the use there of the short delivery to Janneman Malan, perfectly executed by Björn Hendricks.
Yeah, I think the bowlers maybe identify that going into the wickets is a proper option on this wicket. Hitting over the top, not necessarily as easy. Hendricks continues now.
Ran down by Janneman Malan to the third man area. They're going to take 2. Yes, Vian, the point you make is you're 100% correct. You can see that the ball maybe is at this stage, they're just holding it back a little bit in the hand, running their fingers over it, and for that reason keeping mid-on and mid-off up, because the ball's not really coming onto the bat as well. So they're really trying to force the batter to hit down the ground. You can see Björn Hendricks not really giving a lot of width to the batters. Janneman Malan hitting over the top, over the mid-on area, going for 4. Using his feet to the pitch of the ball, perfectly executing the stroke.
That's a good piece of batting there by Janneman Malan. Actually against the run of play, coming down the wicket and belting it over a wide mid-on region, as we see the replay now. It does look like Janneman Malan's bat maybe got a bit of damage with that blow.
I must say, Vian, it's just another sound when Janneman Malan connects the ball. It sounds like his impact on the ball is like the old Janneman that we got to know in early part as a semi-pro cricketer, and from there on moving to playing a few games for the Lions before moving down to the Cape and making that 100 against Australia in his second game as an international cricketer. You know, it's not too long ago that Janneman Malan was International Newcomer of the Year, and he's been in the wilderness for a season or 2. He actually played for the Northwest Colts about 3 weeks ago, just to get some game time under the belt, and he scored an excellent 100 in that game against Gauteng Colts. And again, not too many shots in the air. Everything was hit through the cover area, straight down the ground. Just waited on the ball. Different scenario now in 2020 over cricket though.
Yeah, and I remember very fondly as well a couple of years ago, it's around about that COVID time when Australia toured South Africa in Bloemfontein, Janneman Malan against the full strong pace attack of the Australians scored a brilliant 100 there on the Mangaung Oval and took South Africa home.
Yeah, that was actually how the world got to know Janneman, because it was, as you say, a full strength Australian setup with Mitchell Stark and the like that bowled in that game to him, even though he got a first ball in the first game in the poll. But yeah, he looks, and we really hope that he can get back to that player that he was then. I still think it's a good move for him to come back to Potchefstroom, where he scored a lot of runs as a semi-pro cricketer in 2 or 3 years that he played here. End of that over, Janneman Malan is now on 19 of 21 deliveries. Northwest Dragons needs 26 from 4 overs to win at a rate of 6.5 needed. They're going at 7.3 to the over with 4 wickets down. Wesley Bodger going to bowl his last over. I was really impressed with Wesley Bodger tonight. Ran in, hit the deck hard, made it very difficult for the batters to score, picking up the crucial wicket of Lesiba Ngwepe.
Now the equation now, 26 of 24 balls.
One big over here for the Northwest Dragons needed. Excellent slow delivery by Wesley Bodger. Janneman Malan just knocking it straight to mid-wicket. Bongwana Fields, he's still got an over or 2 left. I think he's only bowled 1.
More than handy with the ball is Mpongwana. As we say, Beja now in once again to Yanaman Malan.
Oh, nearly a run out there. Yanaman Malan not really following the ball after being hit on the pad.
And it's all happening out there.
No need for panic here, Vian.
Not at all at this stage. I think all that's required now is calm heads. 26 of 22 required here. 1-4 and it's an equation of a runner ball. If you hit 2 boundaries from here in the next 4 overs, you're well away if you minimize the dot balls.
And that is a super cricket shot by Yanaman Malan, hitting it into the grandstand after JB Marks Oval, taking a lot of pressure off this run chase. He really murdered that.
Yeah,
such a good hit.
He's hit that with good intent. It looked like the ball was like an airplane. It was taking liftoff into the main stand.
Nearly taking out the spectator there. And the crowd are on their feet here. The equation now 20 needed of 21 deliveries. Wesley Bodger running in for the 4th ball of his last over. Bowls a slow delivery. Yanaman Malan tucking it away to fine leg. Moving now to 26 of 25. Very composed in his innings.
Conrad, Wesley Beja does look like he has a good array of slower balls. He bowls them well.
Wily customer.
I do think with a few seasons, I think he's going to be a proper cricketer. Already is, but I think he's going to really challenge the ranks. He's going to come up and he's going to do well.
Yeah, it's. I'm really impressed with what I've seen tonight with this array of slower deliveries. Again, bowling a slower delivery. Duan Jansen getting bottom edge to the points area, scampering through for a single. With the upcoming games of the World Sports Betting Western Province, they're moving to Pretoria to play the Titans on Sunday. The Titans on a roll now, having 2-2, looking like a proper unit, beating the Hollywood Bets Dolphins today in Durban. I see Donovan Ferreira had a very quick 50 there, hitting 6 sixes. So that's going to be a big game for them again at Supersport Park. And that's a Yorker to Yanaman Malan that knocks out his middle stump. Excellent delivery by Wesley Beja. Really impressed with this young man tonight.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of bowling. Full and straight and knocks over Yanaman Malan's middle stump. As we have a look at the replay.
Yanaman just going across that Yorker again. As I said earlier, the value of a good Yorker to a bowler's arsenal is so valuable. That was the last ball of Wesley Beja's spell. The Dragons now 125 for 5 after 17 overs, needing 18 to win from 3. The two twins in Marco and Duan Jansen now at the wicket for the Northwest Dragons. And as mentioned before, Vian, Michlali and Pongwana now into the attack from the city end. They still have Beer and Hendricks to bowl another over. Probably going to keep himself on for the last or the second last over. From a coaching perspective, when the game's tight, over 19, it's always a big over. That's where you set up the game. And that happened on Saturday with the Dragons against the Knights in Bloemfontein, where Kerwin Mangru bowled an excellent penultimate over there, bowling 5 dots in the penultimate over and making it very hard for the Knights to win that game. Michlali Mbongwana bowling from the city end, and he yorks him.
My, that is going to make or might make things interesting here at the JB Marks Oval. Duan Jansen departs. An excellent Yorker.
Yeah, Duan Jansen using his feet, trying to put pressure on the bowler. But Mhlali Mpongwana not losing his cool, keeping the ball straight up to the bat. And he's ran past it. It just shows you, Vian, one of the top order batters have to take a game deep. It happened to Western Province earlier in their innings where they lost wickets at the back end of their innings. With Caleb Seleka now joining Marco Jansen at the crease. Both yet to face a delivery. 18 from 17. Game on here.
Yeah, look, Conrad, at least for the Auto Investments Northwest Dragons, if they want to look at positives, Marco Jansen has done it at the highest level. He's done it for South Africa. He's done it across the circuit. He has showed a cool and calm head in similar situations to finish it off. But for now, on strike is Caleb Seleka.
All Caleb has to do here is get Marco Jansen on strike. Mhlali Mpongwana running in from the city end. And he yorks him as well. That's 3 in 3. Wickets lost for the Northwest Dragons. Mhlali Mpongwana on a hat-trick. And the Dragons are in serious trouble here. 7 down for 125 after they were cruising this game at the early part of this innings. It just shows you, Vian, that it's never over.
And as you alluded to earlier, Mhlali Mpongwana, a serious cricketer with both bat and ball, a game changer, match winner in his own right. Coming good for the Western Province at the right time now. And on a hat-trick here at the JB Marks Oval, Marco Jansen standing at the non-striker's end.
Yet to face a delivery. And the next batter in, they're waiting for him to come down. I wonder if Ruben Herman will come down to have a bat.
As we have a look at the replay, Mpongwana once again nailing his Yorker and making an awful mess of the stumps. Awful for the batting side, beautiful to watch for the general spectator and cricket lover.
And still no Ruben Herman. Highly unlikely that he will come out to bat then. Kerwin Mangru to join Marco Jansen with a scenario 18 still needed for the Northwest Dragons. You said earlier, Vian, that Mhlali Mpongwana is a more than handy bowler. He just showed that it's more than handy. He's a serious bowler, serious cricketer, and that's why he's been acknowledged by the national selectors, 2 national coaches to represent South Africa, yet to play a test, but already being looked at as a future prospect for the national team. Very repeatable action and nailing the Yorker again. It looks like there's commotions in the middle with the fielding team saying that the batter did not come out in the allotted minute and a half that was allowed, but they did decide not to appeal.
That could have been interesting.
That could have been very interesting.
Mpongwana now obviously on a hat-trick.
On a hat-trick ball here. Equation 18 from 60 needed. And let me tell you, Vian, the crowd has got their money's worth here.
It does sound like the Northwest crowd is giving a bit of a slow clap here for Mpongwana.
German crew keeping out the hat-trick delivery. Cool heads needed here on both sides.
Bongwana once again nailing his Yorker. That's 3-3 now. Marku just having a word with Mangru.
Three deliveries to go in this over. Already 2 wickets fell. Another dot ball by Michlali Bongwana.
And another Yorker. 4-4.
4-4. That was a touch wider.
Had that been on the stumps.
You never know to a tail ender, do you? The question is, what does Marco Jansen do here? Does he just ask Kerwin Mangru to keep the next 2 deliveries out so that he can have a full go at the last 2 overs at the 18 runs needed to win this game? Another deep in delivery fielded by Björn Hendricks. Single to Kerwin Mangru, and Marco Jansen will face his first ball after standing at the other end, seeing Duan, his brother, and Caleb Seleka falling in the first 2 balls of this 18th over.
Conrad, put your captain's hat on here. Maybe not the worst idea to maybe bring the guys in and try and prevent the single.
Yeah, it looks like he's just moving the mid-wicket into the ring. Again, it looks like Mpongwana will really try to bowl the ball as deep as possible into the feet, into the block hole of the batter. It's been an excellent over so far. Marco just knocks it straight to cover. End of the over. What an over by Michlali Mpongwana, picking up 2 sticks, going in his 2 overs for 13 runs. What a game this has turned out to be, Vion.
Yeah, the Auto Investments Northwest Dragons now requiring 17 of the last 2, with only 2 wickets left actually. Keeping in mind that we don't know if Ruben Herman will come back. If he does come back, they have 3 wickets in hand.
Well, maybe it's not the worst idea if it's an over left for him to come out and just swing at the ball. This Ruben Herman, proper ball striker, recently picked up by the Paarl Royals for the SA20 starting in January. But a big job now on these 2 batters. Kerwin Mangru will probably just look to get off strike here. Björn Hendricks bowling the penultimate over from the university end. As said, over 19 will always be the crucial over in these games. Hendricks in. Definitely rolling his fingers over the ball there. Still bowling the ball into the wicket. A play and miss by Kerwin Mangru. 17 now needed from 11 deliveries.
As we have a look at the replay, Hendricks coming around the wicket. Looked like a bit of a leg cutter.
Björn Hendricks having one proper spell here tonight as captain of the Western Province team. Single taken by Kerwin Mangru. Down to fine leg, fielder comes round, picks it up and chucks it into the wicket keeper. 60 now from 10 deliveries with Marco Jansen on strike.
It's an interesting 4 balls to come in this over. Very, very important ball. Very important moment in the game.
The question is, how much do the Northwest Dragons want to leave themselves for the last over here?
Oh, we have seen Mpongwana can nail his Yorkers. Bowled a very good previous over. As we see finally coming into the ring and deep wicket dropping back. I do, however, think Marco Jansen might still take him on.
He will need to take a chance somewhere in this over. Björn Hendricks in. Bowls a wide delivery. Umpire's not showing it, so must have hit his pad down on the leg side. Another dot to the Western Province. Dots now are crucial.
We see a replay of that previous delivery. Yeah, off the pad. Great call by the umpire. Hendricks now to continue to Marco Janssen.
Marco Janssen hitting it over the top and getting full for his efforts.
And you can hear the crowd go wild. They haven't seen a boundary in a while. It hasn't gone the way of the Dragons the last couple of overs. And the crowd absolutely loves it.
Decent strike by Marco Janssen there. Hitting the ball over mid-off. Again, both mid-off and mid-on still up in the ring. Now we can see a fielding change coming with third man possibly coming into the ring. Yes, that is happening. Looks like long off is coming out to the boundary. Both long on and long off now out, with third man and fine leg both in short positions inside the ring. That is a monster of a hit, Marco Janssen. That carries for 6. That is a shot of superb class by Marco Janssen, showing his quality. And the equation has all of a sudden gone from 12 needed to 6 needed from 7 deliveries.
Yeah, Conrad, ice in his veins. Marco Janssen, as good as it gets, just showing the world, or showing Potchefstroom, why he is highly regarded as one of the top players in the world.
A shot of pure class, keeping his shape. How does he play the last delivery? Still an excellent spell here by Björn Hendricks. Probably going to take pace off the last delivery. Marco Janssen on strike. Getting it down for 4! To deep square. Excellent shot by Marco Janssen. That takes it to 2 needed now from 6 deliveries.
Marco Janssen, just too good.
That's what we needed to see from Marco Janssen. What I like about the 3 boundaries that he hit was the intent, and he kept his shape, very still head in his setup, and he made sure that he made good contact with the ball. Björn Hendricks finishing with 33 from 4 overs, and the last over just hurt his figures for the evening. He bowled really well with a new nut. And the last over now with Hlali Mpongwana, who's going to bowl the last over for the World Sports Betting Western Province team.
Conrad, the question begs to be asked, can we see another turn, another twist? Can Mpongwana do it again?
Well, if he lands his Yorkers like he did in the previous over that he bowled from the same end, yes, we can see it. The question is, how will Kerwin Group play it? Will he just dab it and make sure that they get a quick single? But Björn Hendricks, seasoned campaigner that he is, has brought in all his fielders very close to the bat. No one outside of the ring, all 11 players inside of the 30-yard circle. And he takes a single, and he gets the single, Kerwin Mangru. Scores are tied with 5 deliveries to go. Marco Janssen on strike. Gutsy single that, Vian. Straight to the fielder.
He had to do it. Very gutsy. He had to go. As we have a look at the crowds going wild. The Potchefstroom faithful, they know it's close to being done. As they say, don't count your chickens before they hatch. But scores are levelled. Marco Janssen's on strike.
Dot ball. Wide Yorker from Michlali and Pongwana. One needed from 4 here. All 9 fielders are in the ring. Some of them really close to the bat, trying to stop that single taken. I don't think Marco will look here just for the one. He will try to finish this game in style, taking on a fielder maybe if needed. If Pongwana misses length here, that's what Marco Janssen's looking for. Again, excellent delivery. My word, has he landed his Yorkers well tonight, Vian.
Still the 1 run required here by the Northwest Dragons. Pongwana really is nailing those Yorkers, showing a cool, calm head. A serious battle between the all-rounders here, Pongwana and Marco Janssen. Both players with huge potential and ice in their veins.
3 deliveries to go at the JB Marks Oval. 1 needed to win for the Northwest Dragons. Pongwana in. Misses it, and Marco Janssen dispatches the ball straight down the ground for 4. Northwest Dragons win by 3 wickets with 2 deliveries to spare. Marco Janssen, belter of a knock there at the end for the Northwest Dragons, taking them home as international cricketer should do for his domestic team, Vian.
Yeah, Marco Janssen, a BMT, a big match temperament, coming clutch for his side. Just showing us why he is one of the best cricketers in the world, one of the highest rated cricketers, and playing an unbelievable innings there for his side, taking them home almost single-handedly at the end.
Fantastic knock by Marco Janssen, well supported by Kerwin Mongru there to take the Northwest Dragons home for 2 wins in a row. From here on in, World Sports Betting Western Province will travel down to Pretoria to play the Multiply Titans on Sunday at Supersport Park. The Auto Investments Northwest Dragons will host the Boerland on Sunday at the JB Marks Oval at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much, Vian. It's been an excellent game to commentate with you. And also thank you to Brady Barnes. Thank you for listening in. Have a good evening.
Thank you.